diving deep in, and AI has been an awesome trend as well. So just super excited to dive deeper into it.
It was great discussions yesterday on community and great take. DePIN and DeFi seems to live on Solana. Scharko, your take on the state of Solana 2025?
Well, obviously everyone knows this, but Solana in 2025 has proven something that I think everyone here experienced when they came into Solana, and that is that it's probably the best ecosystem to build in and work in. I've got like eight or 9 years experience in this industry, and I was a big Ethereum bull back in the day when everything started in 2017, 2016, until 2020. And like there's one key differentiator that that to this day proves the point that Solana is the best ecosystem. When I was starting in Ethereum, looking up information, trying to get to a community that can help you understand what's happening, was so hard. It was like the worst job ever. My first day looking up Solana stuff was like, hey, you need information. Here's this group. You can just ask a question and someone will answer. And like instantly I had 20 people DMing me, yo, you can look this up, you can search this. Like the response from the community was so inviting. And the fact that you can, from day one, like Solana was, let's be honest, Solana was pretty shitty at 2020. Like stuff was really hard to do, but still it was easier than on Ethereum. So I'm not trying to diss on any other ecosystem, but I think 2025 is a clear example of where we started and where we are going, and can't wait for the next 5 years.
Oh, it's true, and those metrics are there for this year, and we're going to dive into more about what Metaplex and they're doing this year as well, but really quick. Professor, you're up next. What's your take on the state of Solana 2025?
Yeah, so I've been in the space for the past like 5 years. So I would say that I'm a true Solana OG. Bought my first Solana when it was trading at like $1 or $2. So, but it was a lucky buy back then. But ever since I started to dig into Solana, learn more about Solana, I loved immediately the community and everything. And then a few months later, the infamous or famous NFT bull run started. Got the degen in me so excited about making quick profits, quick trades, collecting those little NFTs and basically being a part of all of the communities on Solana. And but the moment when I realized how Solana is far more superior than any other blockchain, and of course, as Scharko said, not to diss on any other blockchain or technology or whatever, is when I started to connect with the people from all of these communities and basically start to learn from them about Solana, about the superiority that we have here, about adoption, about how easy it is to develop on Solana. And obviously I started to work my way up. And after, 3 or 4 years of grinding and being in the trenches, joined Solflare. I would say that it's a dream come true because I was able to combine the two of my biggest passions, like marketing and obviously Solana and blockchain technology. So yeah, I would say that I'm a Solana maxi ever since 2020, and I think that won't change anytime soon.
Incredible. Now we're going to keep going down. We're going to start now from you and head down. Now that we caught up with the state of Solana 2025, let's talk about, because the landscape is ever changing and you're always constantly having to pivot, I want to talk about the biggest lessons and takeaway and how that's affected each one of your respective projects during the past few years, and any advice that you can give for always keeping up with the current state. We'll start with Professor Callahan and then head down the row.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of lessons, especially from a Solflare point of view, going through the bull runs, through the bear runs, especially through the last bear, which was so devastating and depressing. But yeah, I mean, in Web3 in general, like you have these metas, or basically you have an NFT meta, then airdrop meta, then meme coin meta. Now we're maybe steering towards more of a stable coin meta. I have a feeling in that sense that we are maybe starting to mature a bit and diving into more of diversifying portfolios and so on, and taking more smarter actions when it comes to handling our finances. So from a Solflare point of view, obviously you always have to adapt to a certain meta, and basically every meta has its own target audience. Like from meme coins is like 99.9% degenerates, like myself. In NFT meta, also when it comes to DeFi and stable coins and basically more trading stuff and so on, which Scharko is definitely more into, I would say that obviously those are more smart money people, more people who do their own due diligence and so on. So basically you always have to adapt to your target audiences and basically provide to them the features of your product that would be most beneficial for them at that single point in time. So basically I think that lessons here are learned week after week, and that we simply have to, you know, adapt and conquer pretty fast, or you will gonna perish, especially when it comes to keeping up with your competitors, or basically trying to overtake them or be as good as them, or of course, as we strive at Solflare, be the very best. So yeah, that's my take on that.
And Solflare has done such a great job of getting user feedback and then implementing that. And speaking about Solana users, if you've used Solana at all in the past few years, you've definitely interacted with Metaplex. So Shark, I'd love to hear from you next about your biggest lessons and takeaways and advice.
Okay, so I think currently the biggest lesson that we are all learning is how to make blockchain more Web 2 or more Web 2 oriented. I think the majority of the job of setting us up for success has been done. Technically, we are in a really good place. Now, it's all about adapting to the traditional systems. When we talk about a stablecoin meta, we are definitely then talking about institutional meta. Big companies that want a safe, stable space to start using blockchain are now able to do so just because there's a stablecoin meta, you know? And I think that's the biggest influx of capital currently being pulled in Solana from the USDC side mostly, is the fact that there's institutions building here. So RWAs currently are probably the biggest driver of stablecoin growth. And that just tells us one thing: the space is maturing, and I can see it in the startups, in the companies building. It's really obvious that we are looking into like a new era of this space, which I'm really excited about. I think that like the biggest lesson that you can take away from Solana is kind of the building ethos that we had from the beginning. I mean, most of you either remember this or have heard about it, the jokes of Solana being the switch off on chain. But nobody understands that the fact that we were called that way was actually a good thing, because the ethos of Solana was always move fast, break stuff. So you wanna test stuff out. You wanna build. You wanna try things, because when a technology is so young, if you play it too safe, you are risking of never actually building it through. You're gonna lose the community. You're gonna lose the interest. So that's like a real American attitude, you know. Just move fast, build it. Let's test it out. Let's reiterate. Let's be better, faster. And I think that's the biggest lesson. And Solana basically showed that that's the right path. Stuff on other chains is usually being tested too much, usually being built too slowly, and then you kind of have this waiting game, which usually retail doesn't like. So yeah.
That's such a good point, and because Solana's permissionless, it's allowed for so much innovation. So that's such a great lesson, is to just ship it, get it out there, and you know, fix it as you're flying. Benji, one of like the newer teams that's out here, but still making waves, wanted to get your take on the biggest like lessons and advice that you could give from the past couple years.
Yep, thank you. So I most definitely agree with this advice or this lesson from Scharko. I would actually approach it from my personal point of view and from anyone who's building on Solana. It's basically, you need to try shit, you need to break shit, and then learn from it. And the reason why I say this is because there's a lot of opportunities in the ecosystem which can be also found in the traditional world, but can be done much more faster and much more scalable here in Web3. And I'm not just talking about startups, but if you're looking for jobs, you're looking for a place in the ecosystem, there's also plenty of there which you can try yourself out in, and then just learn if that's it for you. If not, then just move on to the next thing and figure out what's best, how you can contribute the most to the ecosystem. When it comes to startups, it's obviously with the idea and the product that they have, they can reach these crypto-native users very easily and very efficiently in Web3, who can then provide the best feedback for them to improve their product. Also, speaking on the ethos of Solana, I think it's not a lesson, but it's something that has been injected to the veins of everyone who's on Solana. That Toli, basically, as a leader, he always has this job not finished mentality, even though look at where Solana is in 2025 compared to all of the, the chain shutting down, FTX and everything. We are still here, yet he's still also so vocal about the job is completely not finished, and we need to push, we need to iterate more. So yeah.
Totally, it seems like he's never lost that startup mentality, and I appreciate everyone because so far we've covered the present, the past, and both Scharko and Callahan had mentioned a little bit about the future with USDC stablecoins being so prevalent now, so much being minted. So I'd like to get each of your takes on where you see the future heading. I know none of you have a crystal ball, but if you can make an educated assumption based on the current state that we're at right now, some positives, some negatives, or things that you are excited for.
Absolutely. So I think looking back at the past major partnerships with Solana, we got from Visa to Shopify to PayPal launching their own stablecoins. And this, to me, basically means that in all areas, blockchain is being tried out in a way we just explained it, that it's going to be tried out, and if it works, it's going to be implemented. I can personally speak on my experience of having Solana Pay in Shopify as a consumer-first product. We are definitely hardly utilizing that integration, and it has helped a lot. So when it comes to the future of Solana or the future integrations and major partnerships, I believe the stable coins and the payments meta is one of the most obvious areas which can undergo exponential growth. This, I think, also shows from the current Colosseum Hackathon, which just happened. There's been a lot more projects submitted to the payments and stablecoins track. So I believe Solana is just going to continue to crush these partnerships, bring blockchain more closer to people through already existing products, so they don't need to learn about something completely new, but they are incentivized to try out blockchain in ways that they are kind of used to it already.
It seems that stablecoin is a huge key to the onboarding, not only for hyperinflated areas, there's DeFi opportunities, and you should be spending in your USDC instead of paying for it in Solana, but that's my personal.
High-speed operating system for capital markets. And I think that explains it.
Internet capital markets. We see Toli tweet about that at least once a week. Same for you, Professor Callahan. Your take on the future for the state of Solana?
I like to predict the future. Okay, so obviously from a personal point of view, I would definitely say that, as I said, that we are maturing as a chain and everything, and that people are more careful when, of course, handling their financial assets. So stable coins are definitely, as we can see, like in especially in high inflation countries, where people are actually are able to work in crypto and being paid in USDC, and not have to worry about their governments fucking them up, basically, because of the inflation, because of the regulations, because of the new laws that are being passed on pretty controversial, in pretty controversial ways. So especially like in Turkey, Nigeria, Venezuela, and so on, we definitely see a lot of users coming in Solflare and using stablecoins as their main assets for their everyday lives and spending that USDC for like everyday, day-to-day needs and so on. So basically, that is also the reason for introduction of Solflare cards, where that self-custody moment will definitely be, in our opinion, and now this is from a Solflare point of view, definitely the future that we are trying to build, and basically educate people on self-custody, and of course produce that financial independence in basically every wallet of every user of Solflare. So in my utopia oriented future, that is how I see Solana, obviously. But beyond that, when it comes to adoption and Solana being recognized as the leader in the world, basically like partnering up with Google, Visa, PayPal, you know, MasterCard, and so on. So I definitely see a bright future, and honestly, I don't know what to expect exactly, but I'm definitely 100% optimistic and always bullish.
It's amazing to see all the large institutions, you know, building, participating in the Solana ecosystem, and I see quite a few students out there already signing up for the waitlist card for Solflare. Comes very soon. Before we really quick dive into more on the projects and your solutions, I wanted to kind of get your take, since we're all here at Startup Village. Solana hosts so many events throughout the year: Apex, Crossroads, Breakpoint. How important are these IRL events, do you guys believe, for the state of Solana?
Oh, 100%. I mean, that's obviously the reason why we as Solflare are trying to be present in all of them, because we have seen major momentum going into these IRL events, and basically educating people who are either eager to enter the crypto for the first time or learn more about crypto to be able to benefit from it fully, like use all the dApps, use all the platforms, use all the tools that are available on Solana. So yeah, I would say that this educational part is definitely one that we are now focusing on the most, like the partnership with Grid Academy, like now at Onion DAO, there will also be like a live onboarding like we did in Athens in the beginning of the year. So basically all of these RL events are definitely important for us to connect with the community, be present, be there for the users, and basically get as much feedback as we can about the product, because I said this many times, we want to build a product for the people of Solana, for the users, and basically get their opinion on the features that users can actually benefit from, and not that we think what is the next big thing or next cool thing to build on. So yes, these RL events are great, especially for, as I said, education, but also obviously for networking, new partnerships, new collaborations, new opportunities, and yeah, I'm always bullish on every single RL event, small or big, like we did with Accelerate, and now here, which is obviously smaller than Accelerate. It's naturally like that, but the feeling that I have is pretty much the same. I mean, I see a lot of new faces. I see a lot of new faces interested in Solana, and nothing makes me more happy than that. So
that's
yeah.
a great take. And education is such a huge friction point, you know, getting that knowledge out, and Solflare being a self-custody wallet is a lot of users' first touch point, you know, and how they access dApps and, you know, start really diving into their decentralized, you know, journey. And so great things what you guys are doing. Let's pass it over to Schark as well. Same for you. You know, how important are these?
Some context on the history. The one thing that I can still remember also today, when I first joined the ecosystem in 2020-21, like the start of it, one big differentiator were the events, like the hacker houses. I think that was probably one of the biggest winning strategies from Solana that actually grew the chain so immensely. Because if I remember correctly, first, the Solana events were kind of tied to the other blockchain events, but Solana had this like vibe of positivity, partying also in the beginning, and you know, everyone likes to have a good time, and when you have a good time with other people, you bond, and then you want to stay, and when you get that experience, you're not likely to move to another blockchain. So I think that was the winning strategy from the start. You had this moment of building in hacker houses. When you remember, like the hacker houses in the beginning were like 4 days. Now they're 1 or 2, which I personally don't like. I would like them to go longer, but obviously now we are more builder-centric. We are moving away from that fun vibe that we had before, because now it's time to get serious. But that was probably one of the most important things that grew the chain and grew the community very fast. And you can see that a lot of other chains are emulating that now. Like there's builder houses being opened and taking place from other blockchains, and they all realized that that was a good strategy. The one thing is when you do these live events, and that's one advice for everyone who's going to attend them. And I'm probably the worst example for this. Whoever knows me here knows that I never make a plan and I never go through the plan on events. But usually, if you're building something or if you're searching for a job or anything, go to these events with a plan. Research a bit, who's going, who do you want to meet, try to make contact with these people and be proactive, because these events are your #1 opportunity to do something. That's the connection that you're going to have there, and then you can grow from it. So that's like my take.
That's really good advice, going into these events with a plan, and I couldn't agree more about the hacker houses really pushing the innovation and also help building the culture, which is, I believe, also a lot that these events have helped created for Solana, which is extremely hard to replicate. Looks like we have more in attendance here than the recent Bitcoin conference, but let's go over to Beni. Same for you. How important do you believe these IRL events are?
Yeah, so my first IRL event was the Amsterdam Breakpoint back in 2023, and I remember crystal clear when I first met someone who I've already spoken to online, and we instantly bonded, and I basically wouldn't even want to let them go. I wanted to go to all the places, all the side events, the conference stages together. And from this point on, it only accelerated. I managed to meet new people. I managed to meet more friends who I've already known online. And these are guys I've known for like 2 years even online, and it was the first time we met. And it was all possible because these events were organized in a way that they brought all of us together. We were convinced to go there to find some benefit for ourselves, let it be to learn something new or to make these lifelong lasting relationships together with builders in the ecosystem. So I can't emphasize the importance of these in real life events. And I think this is where Solana once again differentiates itself, is that through Superteam, they were able to kick off a network effect where Superteams are now by themselves organizing their own events for either onboarding or to help startups kickstart their journey, especially in the early phase. So for those of you who are hosting any events, I definitely recommend to eat all the pain away from the attendees, just make it as convenient for them as possible with, let it be meals or planning or routes, guides, how to get to the event, so more people are more inclined to come, because these people are going to be the ones that invite the next batch of people to your events, because it was so good that they are convinced that they need to bring their friends here. Yeah.
I agree. That's a big problem, is like the logistics for the event, and it's so true what you had mentioned. Like these IRL events help solidify those relationships that are built over years. Waka waka. All complaints go to user feedback on Solflare. All of you are part of incredible projects and have been contributing to the ecosystem. So I want to give each of you an opportunity to talk about your project individually and problems that you're either trying to solve or help pushing the Solana ecosystem forward. We'll start with Beni and then go back down the line.
Yeah, good joke with Solidify. Thanks, Fox.
Thank you.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, I'm one of the co-founders at SOLYD. About 10, 11 months ago, we looked at the Solana ecosystem in hunt to build a startup that can make people's lives more convenient and can solve some problems that we've seen existing in the space. And when we did this, we found out that there's a massive hype basically curated around the second device, the second Solana mobile device that's going to be dropped. However, at that point, we didn't even know it was going to be a seeker. But we took a bold bet and researched the market very deeply and saw a lot of users complaining how this limited and valuable device got either damaged, scratched, or like literally fractured any other way, which was awful because it had limited warranty, and if your Genesis token and your everything was on there, you basically lost something super valuable, not just at the time, but in the future. So we thought of a quick solution, which was physical accessories to protect each of these next generation of Solana mobile devices, which ended up being Seeker. Now, when we did that, we also thought of a way to incorporate the Solana blockchain itself into a physical item, so it can be like a mix of a consumer and deepin product. And the reason why we did that is very simple. We wanted verifiable on-chain proof of someone holding a physical asset. So we have successfully managed to do this, and we are currently still working on some new additions, because besides doing something good for the users, we essentially ended up building a platform for either artists or communities to unleash their creativity and put it onto physical assets, while they are also able to reach their fans or collectors digitally via the blockchain.
You're hitting the trifecta there. It seems like you're giving the creative control and to the communities, putting power into them. You're giving people a physical, tangible item, and there's also the soulbound token that's attached to it. So it seems like you're covering all aspects. Great stuff from the SOLYD team. Let's go over to Schark with Metaplex, and you guys should all remember to resize your NFTs. But Schark, your take on things that Metaplex is doing to help either solve problems or push the ecosystem.
I mean, whoever is on Solana and isn't new here probably knows what we do, but for the people that don't, we are the protocol for asset creation on Solana. Basically, I would say 99.9% of NFTs ever created on Solana were created via our standard, and I can probably guess that like 90% of fungible tokens created on Solana are also created through us. But other than that, we are creating and always building something different to help the ecosystem. When you say which problems are you solving, I would say that Metaplex is solving other projects' problems. So if you want to build something on Solana and you're stuck and you need something new created, a new standard, a new tool or something, it's likely that we are building it and either already built it or are building it. Our main focus currently in this year will be a set of, I would say, new stuff that we haven't touched so far. That's going to be focused around token generation, because the last meta showed us that we probably have a big problem with, launching tokens the proper way. Especially now that we are seeing institutional interest, the question is, how are these institutions going to do proper token launches without the proper set of tools? And that's something that we're trying to solve currently. The other thing, we are looking towards utilizing AI and other stuff and integrating it more into blockchain. So yeah, Metaplex is building always, and there's always something new.
Solving the problems for everyone, and it's been incredible to see the evolution from core compression. Now we see on-chain metadata, so Metaplex is always shipping. Callahan, same for you, Professor. What kind of problems is Solflare, do you believe, solving and help pushing the ecosystem forward?
Yeah, obviously, as I'll do the same introduction as Scharko did. I'm pretty sure that everybody here knows what Solflare is, but for those who don't, it was the first Solana wallet, and it still is, obviously. But the main reason compared to our competitors is that Solflare is 100% Solana focused for all the reasons that we mentioned already here on this panel. Yeah, I think that we are basically trying to just provide the best possible experience for users worldwide while using Solana as an ecosystem and holding their assets in one place. So basically, moving forward, what problem we are trying to solve, or basically create that self-custody moment and financial independence moment in the next few years. It's definitely a long path. It takes a lot of education. It takes a lot of effort to educate people about self-custody and what that actually means in a nutshell. But when it comes to releases, as I previously mentioned, obviously Solflare cards is definitely the next big thing. The waitlist is now open. in Q3, in the beginning of Q3, cards will be available in the EU to developers or salesperson or tech people and so on. You can basically do anything. You can start with being a Discord mod. You can start with being a community manager on a low-level scale. You can start with some marketing or sales stuff, whatever. Just start working your way up, grinding, connecting with people, as Scharko said, especially at RL events, meeting new people, talking about stuff that interests you the most and so on. But what drove me to Web3, obviously we are all here to make our careers as successful as possible, but obviously to feel recognized and appreciated, and that of course comes with also the money that currently is being liquidated from other chains and going into Solana. So there's a lot of opportunities to feel appreciated, especially when you compare, like, for the exact amount of work that you are being paid for in Web3, compare that what you would be paid in Web2. So that is definitely a big, I would say, encouragement moment for every young soul out there who is trying to feel appreciated and feel that, like, they're on the next train of new technology adoption. So, as I said, any kind of area of business that you're interested in, you can definitely find your spot in crypto, in Web3, and in other projects and companies. So just talk to people, network, grind your way up, be present, and don't be afraid of asking questions. Like, ask questions like, how does this work? How is this possible? What you guys do, and so on and so on. And that's basically how I started. And I started at like the age of 31. Now I'm 36. So it's never too late. Start working your way up, especially if you're a student. You have a whole life ahead of you, especially Web3 life ahead of you. So yeah, never give up. Just start grinding, start connecting with people, and I'm 100% sure that you will find your spot in the sun in the Solana ecosystem.
Bountiful opportunities in this space if you're willing to learn, show up, put in the work. Great advice, Callahan. Same for you, Shark. What message to Web3 in the world would you have?
My message is be brave. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to ask questions. This industry is currently probably the best industry to put full work in. Like, there's two ways of being in blockchain. Number one is just lurk around and try to chop these tiny opportunities and get something out of it. The other one is go full throttle. Don't be afraid to spend your hours working and researching, and you'll get rewarded way more than any other industry in the world, probably. So my advice is just don't use the gas pedal, don't use the brake pedal. And whatever happens, you'll probably be fine.
Great stuff, man. Thank you so much, Shark. And Beni, you also gave an incredible talk yesterday from student to startup. But you know, for those that maybe missed it, what advice would you share to Web3 in the world?
Yeah, these two legends pretty much said what I wanted to say, but to add on top of it, something I highlighted specifically in yesterday's workshop as well, that some of the students listening might be frustrated as they are doing university. There's a lot of pressure on them, and some of them has already found a passion that they are more passionate about than anything, or they are already doing something unique that they are making more money than they would if they finish their university and get a job, and therefore they are kind of motivated to drop out. However, I definitely recommend to stick through. It's gonna be hard times, but in the end it's gonna be worth it. Worst case, you have an option B if anything happens which is out of your control. And other than that, as we've all said throughout this panel, go fast and break shit.
Thank you so much. Beni, Shark, and Professor Callahan. Guys, give it up for them. Incredible. If you didn't learn anything from this, you better go look in the mirror afterwards. That's who's to blame. But we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back here for how to keep up with the grind with Vlad Toni from AllDomains. So take a little break right now. We appreciate the support, guys. Thank you.
okay, this is a simple one. Again, I went to this. What the fuck? I'm sorry. Our third co-founder, who's a brilliant dev, whenever he's like, whatever, dude, my back aches, I'm gonna take a nap. Oh my God. So this is what he does when she gets really serious, whatever, when he gets tired, and like when the thing gets amazingly serious, like takes a nap, then half an hour later, he fixes the issue, he does amazing, you don't stop. And you know, there's a billion examples like this in the ecosystem. Like Pump.fun is one of them, right? Because like I learned from Hemi a few days ago about the fact that like they're at their fourth product or fixed product. And now look at what they're doing. Do I have any more? Huh. Yes. This is, come on, it's not showing. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah. This. So, this is my personal mantra. So, my grandma usually says this, and I love my grandma. She's like 90-year-old now. Like, imagine this blonde, blue-eyed woman. She's like very short, whatever, like always fancy dressed and everything. And she has this saying, you know, like, dead, tired, burnt to a crisp, I still get up and do what needs to be done. It sounds a bit more poetic in Romanian, but this is the gist of it. And it's like, that's how you need to treat whatever you're doing here. It doesn't fucking matter. I got shit to do, I do it. I don't stop. I mean, I think this is it. Yeah. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Vlad from AllDomains. So, I know that was geared a lot with founders, but there was lessons in there that everyone can take, not only whatever career that you're pursuing in this space, but also in life. Never give up, don't quit. I want to open it up really quick for Q&A. So if you have a question, just throw your hand up for Vlad. I'll come out there with the microphone. We got one question over here. Give me 1 second.
Basically on burnout and like work-life balance, have you ever been completely burned out, and how did you recover? You already have a very long career.
There was one moment, so I told you about the fact that at one point, again, I was doing Facebook apps that were really viral. We tried it a bunch of times. I was living with my girlfriend back then and all that shit when something bad happened. So like Facebook fucked our apps again. My personal life went to shit about like some medical issues, not mine, but it was like bad. At that point, I tried and I went to burnout. So this is something that I need to like say. Burnout usually happens when you don't find a way and you can't find a way to go through what the bad things are. Later on, I found out, you know, exercise, a healthy social life, like traveling, going to beautiful places. I travel a lot because of like my founder life, whatever job. And like meeting friends all over the world, being in amazing places. Thank you for this, by the way. I mean, I love Split, I love Croatia. It took me, to be honest, to get out of burnout, I'm gonna say a year and a half. It was bad. So like I traveled the world for like a year after that shit happened. Went back. I was like penniless. I think it was like 29. I was living with my parents. And I stayed for like, so I traveled for like a year, then 6 months living with my parents. And at one point I was like, but like, they understood. They saw me, you know, hustling and doing shit and never stopping and all this. They were like, okay, let's give the guy some space. Everything is okay. We know like he's asking us for money to buy water and beer and whatever the fuck. Like he's living in our house. And it took me those 6 months to get back into the mental state to try again. And the next 6 months after that year and a half, I think I tried six business ideas until one of them ended up actually making 40K per month. I'm not going to explain. It was like shitty, stupid ideas. I had like a Facebook page about guitars, somebody buying secondhand clothes and like selling them online, whatever the fuck. I tried anything and everything. I was like, okay, I need to get out of this. I'm good at this shit. I will try everything, real shit, until one 6 months later of that, was making a lot of money, and like it ended up going really good and really viral because I had the previous experience. But again, burnout starts, or like you get into burnout when, again, you don't have a social network of friends to deal with. You don't do exercise. It's really important. I should have put it in the slides, but it doesn't matter. Go to beautiful places. Find ways that align you and that keep you going. It's important. I didn't know, but I didn't do this shit back then. Like, I'm still working a lot of hours, but I make time to align myself, right? Yeah.
Great question. Anyone else have a question for Vlad? Throw your hand up. I'll come over to you with the mic. Looks like we're good. Let's give it up one more time from Vlad for AllDomains. Don't ever quit. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break, and we'll be back here at 3 p.m. for Web 2 versus Web 3 marketing with Professor Callahan again. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
That was good.
Yeah. We have to put PG-13 rating, but...
Yeah. I'm also a grandma's boy. Also,
never look back, never look back, never look back, no, never look back, never look back, no.
All right, guys, welcome back to our next workshop, and it gives me great privilege to introduce you this next person. He's known as officially Tin, but in our Solflare community, Professor Callahan. He's been a huge mentor to me and a big reason where I'm at right now, as well as the reason why we found the best time slot for the Hold Strong space every single week. The king of performance marketing. Let's give it up for Professor Callahan.
Is this on? Bam, bam, bam. Okay. Where is Mattia? Bring him in. Bring him in. I'm not starting without Mattia. Okay. Let's give it like 1 more minute. Oh, there he is. The man of the hour. I'm just kidding. That's me. We good to start?
We are live right now.
Oh, okay. Then this was embarrassing. The first, that's perfect. Okay. Yeah, so as Quicks, my dear friend and one of my dearest from the Web3 space and now in Web2 also in general, introduced me. My name is Tin, better known as Callahan in Web3, because we all have to have some weird, cool names in Web3 for some reason. So yeah, I'm a performance marketing lead in Solflare. I basically do all user acquisition and retention activities that we do, and I lead a team that does all of these activities and efforts towards broader public, but also towards Solana ecosystem. So today I will try to bring closer what's the key differences, what are the key differences between Web 2 and Web 3 marketing, because there are a lot, but also what practices from Web 2 marketing can be definitely applied to Web 3 in many different areas. So, to start with, no, we're not going to talk about football strategies, but can somebody tell me, like, what's the average length of a football pitch? Good. We have some football fans. Yeah, 100 meters. And why is that important? Because that's the approximate, so basically 91.44 meters. That's the approximate length of content that is being scrolled daily on social media channels. But not only social media channels, all digital channels that have this kind of format and this kind of user flow when it comes to consuming the content online. So that's when it comes to length of how much we scroll. And 58 minutes is the time that we spend on our phones scrolling to that exact content. So when we put that into a formula for velocity, we get that an average user spends somewhere from 2.5 to 3.5 centimeters per second in terms of speed while scrolling through that 91 meters of content. And why is that all important? Because that all leads us to that each piece of content that you or your project or yourselves or a brand or a company puts out there on social media or on digital channels is seen or consumed by users for approximately 1 second, which further means that you have 1 second of a user attention span to get their basically attention to consume your content, on basically to stop at your content while scrolling like maniacs, which we all do, and actually engage with your content in a way where they will click on your ad or your content or lead them to your website or basically just leave a comment, reshare, retweet, and so on. And how does this correlate between Web 2 or Web 3? In Web 2, it's much easier, I would say, to get the user attention because Web 2 is more of a visual platform altogether where you get the user attention by doing some cool visuals, some cool videos, and so on and so on. In Web 3, everybody is here basically to make money. And while at it, quick money. That would be the ideal scenario. So keywords in that content, which are giveaways, airdrops, quick flips, and so on, are what triggers users the most and works the most. But of course, for example, Solflare doesn't want to be associated with those kind of activities on chain and on Solana, which is why it's very, very, very difficult to produce content that is interesting enough, but also serious enough, and from a security point of view, due diligent enough, if I can say that, to get the user attention and basically to be able to interact with the user in a proper way. So this is one of the key things that we always focus on Solflare, is when we're trying to get the content out there on X, on Reddit, on TikTok now lately, and so on, to be able to get the user attention and for them to engage with our content. The next thing is, no, this is not our new feature, but Candy Crush Saga. I'm pretty sure that you all heard of the game. So basically, in Candy Crush Saga, when you pass the levels, you gain the momentum, you gain some sort of winning streak, and then you get all of those bonuses for passing the levels. But the moment you fail the level, a certain level, you basically lose all of those perks in the game. And how does this translate to marketing? Once you start with your online presence via all digital channels, either through paid ads or through organic or through influencer marketing or through content creators and so on, there's basically no going back. And what does that mean? That means that in Web 2, there was a research done that if a company or a brand is active or present in an online space with their ads, their content, and so on, for 3 months, so basically you're trying to communicate your key features, your product, your services toward broader public for 3 months straight, and then you stop for 1 month, you are basically, after that 1 month, starting from scratch, because users will that easy forget about you, they will turn to your competitors, they will simply forget that you did anything online because of the amount of content that they're consuming every single day. Again, Web 2 versus Web 3. In Web 2, it's 3 months compared to 1 month. In crypto, 1 week is like a year. So in crypto, if you lose that momentum, if you lose that exposure that you're trying to get and that content being produced and pushed out for just a few days, you're basically doing the same as the result would be in Web 2 when it comes to being silent for 1 month. So in Web 3, there is no space for breathing. Like, you always have to produce content, pushing it out, explore new channels, and never stop being present. If you stop being present for only, as I said, 2, 3, 4 days, people will simply forget about you. Not forget about you completely, obviously, but will definitely start to turn to any other competitor or project or whatever who will offer them cool giveaways, cool airdrops, cool money-making opportunities, and so on and so on. So it's very, very, very crucial to always be present and always be ready to tackle that content struggle when it comes to creativity, but also when it comes to, as I said, being consistent in pushing quality content out. Next thing is something that a lot of brands, companies, people in general, influencers, think that it's the most important metric, and that is engagement. Like what are your engagement rates? How much engagement are you getting? What interaction rates are getting? And this is the quote from 2019 or whatever. So basically that there is no correlation whatsoever between engagement numbers and the intent of a user to actually buy or use a certain product. And this was said by Meta advertising team. So basically from Mark Zuckerberg. And the first time I heard it, I was like, okay, this is just another bullshit from Zuckerberg trying to sell us some new feature that he developed to move us away from engagement objective campaigns and so on. But what the hell, let's try it out. Let's A/B test and let's see how would that result when it comes to our KPIs and our plans for basically several different clients. What we discovered back in the marketing agency where I work with, and obviously now in Solflare, is that when you shift your focus towards relevant reach, towards target audiences that would be the most interested in using your product, so basically with proper targeting, but also combining that with paid ads, where you can obviously target even narrower, you definitely get much better results because you get brand awareness on one hand, because of the reach, impressions, and so on, even though like 90% of impressions will definitely be wasted because you can't target that narrowly and have that quality of targeting, especially in Web3 and in Solana. But even when people are talking about you and when you get that exposure, as I said before, toward broader audience, but when you also combine that with campaigns that are user acquisition focused and user retention focused, you get the best possible mix to get the growth that you need for your product, for your services, for your company, or for your, eventually for your users that you want to have using your product. So again, this one actually is the same in Web 2 and Web 3. Because in Web 2, I've seen a lot of companies from automotive industry to retail industry basically chasing that engagement numbers, chasing engagement and so on. How many likes do we have? How many followers do we have and so on? And in the end of the month, when the results from the user acquisition point of view weren't there, or from a sales point of view, if some web shop was in play, there was a huge disappointment, obviously, in the board of directors, in the head of marketing departments, and so on. But the reason is that you don't want like engagement, interaction, and so on, if those users won't actually interact with your brand because they want to use your brand. So those three, let's call them principles, we like to always evaluate before any of our campaigns goes live, and then if it checks all the marks when it comes to what will we achieve with this, how many impressions and user acquisition will we get. When we start, there is no going back. So to put it in like a concrete example, we are thinking of doing some Reddit activities and so on, but if we start being active on Reddit, we can't stop, because if we stop after 2 or 3 months of activity, then those 2 or 3 months have been in vain, because people will that easy or that fast forget about us. So that's when it comes to approach to marketing Web 2 versus Web 3. But what about the users? What about the target audiences? What about the people that we are trying to reach with these content pieces and ads? So basically, you here see like 2 different types of people. Obviously, these are PFPs or NFTs. On the left, you can see a degenerate, looking for flips, tends to panic sell, jumps from wallet to wallet, isn't loyal to any product or a brand, doesn't care about tech, he is here for quick profits and so on. And of course, he is toxic in any kind of conversations, Discord, Telegram, X, you name it. On the right is an experienced trader, know what he or she wants, is a loyal, loves builders, appreciates tech and innovation, becomes an ambassador. For example, all of our ambassadors in Solflare are like the one on the right. And obviously, he creates volume, which in the end brings us the revenue that we want. So this would be a desired user, and this is your average crypto user on Solana, on Ethereum, any other blockchain. What do you think that is the now main focus of Solflare when it comes to targeting users? Is it left or right? Yeah, come on, anybody. Is it left or right? Left or right? Who do we want? Right. We need both. We need both. Why? Because in Web 2, you would get more of the people on the right, especially, I don't know, people who follow Nike or Mercedes or BMW, Volkswagen, I don't know, any retail company and so on. People are loyal to their brands. They like the shoes, like myself. I'm a Nike Maxi and so on. I am that kind of user. And then people have crisis management departments for if somebody creates some sort of toxic environment, then they can respond to that. So basically, you have more of these desired users than you have of these degenerates, let's call them that way. In Web 3, is the other way around. 95% of our ecosystem is totally comprised of people on the left. So young people without experience, looking for quick flips, looking for quick money. As Beni said, people who are actually considering leaving their universities because they saw an opportunity to make a quick profits in crypto, which is totally wrong and totally not sustainable long term. So, but the reality is that you have both of them, and we need both of them using Solflare as we want to get as much momentum as we need. So, when you combine these two personas, you get community. So, in Web 2, there isn't a lot of community building activities and activities of actually belonging somewhere and so on. If I follow Nike, for example, I don't have a feeling that I belong to a Nike community. I don't get in any conversations with other Nike users or Nike enthusiasts and so on. Maybe in some Reddit, subreddits or whatever, but not in a way where I would feel a belonging somewhere. In crypto, community is everything. If you don't have community, you basically don't have anything, because communities, and there is Maki, who is our community architect, who is actually building the Solflare community, Solflare ambassadors, and Solflare guardians, because when you have local communities, for example, Nigeria has been killing it lately, of their support towards Solflare, but when you build a strong, lasting community, then you will have the support that you need when you ship new features, new products, new releases, and when you need the support when we all go into bear market, which obviously will happen sometime in the future, hopefully not soon, but when you as I said, build a long-lasting, tight-knit community, you will definitely have much more chance to actually survive the hard times that bear market brings. So that's the main also reason between Web 2 and Web 3, and that is caring about the people in a way where you can put them all together, but also making them feel like they belong. And for example, Nigeria, the guys are printing their own shirts. The guys are printing their own merch. They are doing conferences only for Solflare. Like going crazy, and it's simply blowing my mind every single time that when I see a tweet from a Nigerian community supporting Solflare. And we are seeing more and more of that in all other countries, simply because we are trying to invest our time and money into this community aspect of marketing, basically, across all channels. And then when you have community, when you have your target audiences defined, and when you know who you want to target and how do you want to approach this target audience marketing, basically, then you need the data. So this quote, which is now more than 100 years old, half the money I spent on advertising is wasted. The trouble is, I don't know which half. It was said by John Wanamaker in 1919. And that has been the main problem of brands, companies, startups, small businesses, huge companies, and so on, enterprises for, I would say, the past 100 years, and is also the problem for companies even today. Why? Because they simply don't value data enough, or they don't have the experience or the knowledge to understand how important the data is. So basically, if we have a community of that desired user that you saw, who is a big whale, he is an investor, and so on, but we also have that user who is a degenerate, flips, and so on, doesn't have a lot of liquidity to spend in our wallet and so on, you definitely need the data to understand how to approach a certain user. Like, how are they behaving on our website? What are they doing inside of the wallet? What features are they using? Are they swapping? What tokens are they swapping? Are they staking their SOL? What are they doing with that SOL? And so on. And then when you compare that to Web 2, you basically set up your Google Analytics, you have your Hotjar, you have your Brandwatch, you have your social listening media tools, and so on. And you basically have all the data about the users. In Web 3, 3 months ago, we couldn't even have Google Analytics on our website because our website was essentially a wallet which had our users' private keys and so on, which would potentially be a breach of their personal information and so on, and we couldn't collect the data about our users. Our new website is now definitely a way where we can do that, because it's not a wallet, it's completely separated from our mobile app, but also from our Chrome extension. So now we can definitely get more data out of the users. But if you want to understand what the user is actually doing inside of the wallet after they download the wallet or install the extension, then you have to introduce a whole bunch of new consents and legal compliance things or policies and so on for users to, when they open the wallet, you need to have a pop-up. Look, we would like to collect your data. And this is where you lose 80% of crypto people. Why? Because everybody wants to stay anonymous. Everybody, I mean, that's the whole point of crypto, decentralization. Everybody is anonymous. You don't know who is behind a wallet and so on. So basically, collecting data in Web3 is very, very difficult. And we are now trying to tackle this problem in the best way possible, where users would understand that we are not actually collecting the data from their wallets, from their portfolios, from their liquidity information aspects of things and so on, but actually just collecting the data of their behaviors inside of the product to be able to better understand how they're behaving and to potentially better advertise or potentially better to communicate the features and products toward them in the future. So that's the struggle I would say that Web3 companies often go through, because collecting data in Web3 is very, very, very difficult, and it's still in some sort of a gray zone where there still aren't precise regulations and policies being enforced, from even advertising platforms to, as I said, products, to legal, to different countries and so on. So that's definitely something that it's very important to understand how difficult it is to tackle and how delicate it is to actually tell the user, oh look, we are now collecting your data. While in Web 2, everybody is just clicking that consent and like, I don't care if I'm gonna be targeted by another Nike ad in a week or so or whatever. And this is like a funny anecdote that I want to share with you guys. So basically Google, like the biggest ad platform on the planet, alongside Meta, possibly, there's constantly switching places, actually paid like several $1 billion in fines back in also 2019, I think, because of their infringements and basically not following new GDPR policies and laws and so on in Europe. And after they paid a couple of $1 billion in fines, the European Union Committee asked them to change the way that they collect the data and how they present the data towards the users, but also towards advertisers, which they can then use for retargeting purposes of those users. Google responded like this. So the data is so important for a company like Google or for an advertising platform like Google that they would rather pay several billion of dollars of fines yearly than to change their GDPR policies, which in the end they had to do in like 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, because they were simply forced to do it. But in the beginning, they were like 1 or 2 or 3 years in a row where they paid the fines rather than change their GDPR settings and their consent policies. Because data is so much important for understanding how the users are behaving, that you simply cannot go into some further growth from a performance point of view, but also from an overall growth point of view when it comes to user acquisition and user retention with all kinds of products and services. So, how do you then tackle the problem of marketing in Web3 and in all of the Solana ecosystem? By education. So basically, this quote, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. I would just maybe alter the ending there and say to change the Web3 world, because you need a lot of education to persuade people that crypto is safe if you use it safely, if you use it properly, if you use it in a way that is intending to be used. The only difference is when in Web 2, you get your money, you go to a bank, and the bank does it all for you. Like, they store your money, they do your taxes, they do your monthly rates that you pay for your credits and so on and so on. And in Web 3, unfortunately, you have to do it all alone, because it's that self-custody moment that we at Solflare want to provide for users. But of course, that could, from time to time, be scary, because everything is in your hands. So basically, everything you do is your responsibility. Sites that you're connecting your wallet to, links that you are clicking, if you get your wallet drained and so on, is most of the time 100% your responsibility. So education is definitely one part of our marketing that we are definitely trying to put like a big focus on, because bridging that gap between Web 2 illiteracy about crypto and actually onboarding users to crypto and Solana is definitely a way where we can acquire more users and basically get to that 1 billionth user of Solana, or basically of all of crypto. So that's why, for example, we joined forces with Grid Academy, which is a great education platform for basically learning, doing courses, doing your exercises when it comes to DeFi, trading, minting, liquidity pools, and so on. So basically learning how you can utilize all of the Solana ecosystem products in a way that it would be potentially beneficial for yourself. So yeah, in Web 2, you don't have to educate people about how to buy shoes, how to buy a car, how to do anything. In Web 3, you definitely have to first educate people on how to use crypto, how to use a wallet, how to use central exchanges, and why are wallets better than central exchanges, which are not non-custodial products, and so on, before you can actually onboard them to your product and to using the whole Solana ecosystem safely, and that they feel secure, but also that they feel that they are leveling up that game when it comes to their financial independence. Yeah, and then, I mean, having that in mind, all of our efforts currently are also going into that education moment across all channels, but also with paid ads, which are in Web3 frowned upon. So basically, when you see an ad and there is a crypto word, keyword in it, you automatically think, this is a scam, no, I don't want to interact with this. This is bad. Unfortunately, as I said before, there are a lot of bad players in the space and a lot of ads that are, I would say, 90% of them scams. So advertising in Web 3 compared to Web 2, where people are used to ads across all channels, is definitely also another challenge that is hard to tackle. But if you do it delicately, in a non-invasive way, where you just simply trying to market your product as a superior product on Solana, and to actually provide users with some incentives, some benefits for them, some educational content, and so on, then you can have basically successful paid advertising campaign or campaigns, and eventually then be very happy with your KPIs when it comes to user acquisition and user retention things. The other thing, if any of you here would ever consider paid ads, you first also need to understand that crypto, as I said before, is still a gray area, unregulated in most countries and so on, and even ad platforms like Meta, Google, Reddit, X still don't know, and believe me, I've been on calls with every single one of them, like, okay, but what licenses do we need to be able to advertise a crypto-related product and so on? And they're like, we don't know. And like, but then who knows? Like, who can I get Elon on the phone? Maybe he knows. And the problem is that, for example, Solflare, as a non-custodial wallet, so basically we never hold the assets of people inside of our backend or whatever. We actually, by the law of USA and EU, we don't need any licenses to advertise on Google, X, and so on. But if you ask Google, Meta, and X, we do need licenses. So essentially, these platforms are basically like creating their own rules in opposed to laws that are already enforced in all of the world. And it's definitely a challenge to prove to these platforms that you are actually a non-custodial product and that you can advertise freely without being suspended, banned, or whatever. But of course, all of these platforms are working on an algorithm setups and so on. So basically, every single time that you see a crypto keyword or a wallet or a trade, buy, swap, and so on, you're automatically banned or restricted or frustrated that you can't put the message that you want out there towards other communities and other people out there. So how to tackle this is basically kissing some ass. That would be my advice, because X, Reddit, Meta, they all love money. So when you say, okay, we're going to spend 200-300K in the next 3 months, Oh, really? Okay, then we can unlock these markets for you. This is basically how it works. So, and of course, then you depend on them. It's basically a blackmail. Like, okay, you can advertise, but you need to spend $500,000. And you definitely don't want to be in that situation, because then you definitely feel that you are not in control, and they can at any point in time cut you off and basically ruin your campaign efforts and so on, and then bring you to that moment in time what I said, that you need to be constantly present, and you stop for a few days, people forget about you, move on, and move to Phantom, for example. So yeah, it's a very challenging area from a marketing point of view, especially from a user acquisition point of view. But if you do your research, if you do all of these comparisons between Web 2 and Web 3, you can definitely find a way how to get to users and how to get to new users who will be actually using your product. And for example, Simon here from Solana ID, I won't say any alpha yet and so on, but he is actually also developing a with his team, a very, very neat product that could help us in this area, I would say, very, very much. And we are very excited to work with the guys, because they are also aware of all of these problems when it comes to advertising in Web3 and getting to the right users and getting to those retention numbers that we want to achieve by the end of the week, month, year, next decade, whatever. Okay, so I think that I covered most of it. I won't go into more details. Of course, you can always, and this is the Web3 marketing in a nutshell. Follow me on X. Follow me on X. This is my handle. Why I'm saying this is because if you have any questions, marketing related, product related, Solflare related, you can always reach out to me. I will always answer, not maybe promptly as I would often like, but I will eventually get to your message and of course answer all of your questions. But of course, that's when I'm gone from Split. But now that I'm here, if you have any questions now, please ask them, don't be shy. This
is the perfect opportunity, because we're going to open up for a Q&A, so just raise your paw up there, and I'm going to come out there and give you the mic. We got one over here.
First of all, sorry that I missed the first half. I was doing podcast with Scharko. So we have the problem that you're talking about. Basically, we try to advertise Startup Village on LinkedIn. And we really were mindful about the issues that we have about how to advertise this. And we were trying like different types of posts, not to use crypto, any buzzwords. But literally, whatever we tried, they removed our ad. So my question here is, should we continue trying to like find workarounds, or should we just for now ignore the feature of advertising on LinkedIn?
First, let me ask you a counter question. Were you advertising in Croatian, Serbian language?
Yes.
Yes.
Across all the Balkans. We tried to.
Okay.
Oh, but it was on English.
That's what I was asking. Like, was it in Croatian or Serbian, or was it in English? Like
on
written?
English, on English.
Okay, because that's also a fun fact. Like, LinkedIn doesn't support Croatian and Serbian.
Yeah, I tried.
So when you actually start to run an ad which has a Croatian or Serbian text, you will automatically get restricted, because for some reason it's not supported language. But when it comes to this is basically textbook example of what I was saying, that all of these platforms like automatically ban ads which have keywords in them that would involve any kind of crypto related topics. And basically we now do have like certain workarounds with Meta, for example, with Google, for example, which is moving in that gray area part and trying to get the ads live, but you always depend and you always like tremble, will my ad be disapproven in the next couple of hours or days? So you never can rely on that ad being live for the next, I don't know, 3 months of how long you want your campaign to be active. My advice would be definitely getting in touch with LinkedIn team, because that's the only way where you can actually get on a call with them, explain to them what is your product, what is your services, what is your community about, that you are super team and so on and so on. And then when they hear that, then you potentially will need a legal opinion where, and that is just like a piece of paper that any kind of lawyer or attorney can put out, basically explaining how you are not a central exchange, you are not holding users' funds and so on, and then they should allow you to advertise on LinkedIn. But
Thanks.
yeah, but before engaging with their team and basically explaining that, I would say in numerous calls going back and forth and losing some of your hair in the process, this way you will definitely lose more hair. So definitely don't try to do it on your own, because every single time, even if some of your ads pass and go live, they could be taken down in the next 3 or 4 days if algorithm goes back to your ad and see, oh, wow, this is crypto related, just cut it off. So yeah, definitely just approach their team, talk about them, go to a call and so on. But of course, it all also depends on the budget. As I said before, like, oh look guys, we're gonna spend 20, 30K. Nah, that's not gonna work, you know, because they all like money. If you spend money, you can get everything. For example, like the Solflare handle on X, it used to be Solflare_wallet, and we wanted to be clean, to be at Solflare, and this is a true story, which the guys tried for 4 years to get that handle, and now that we started to advertise on X, X said, okay, you need to spend this amount of money in the next two quarters, and I said, yeah, okay, we are planning to spend that amount of money, and what about that handle swap? Oh yeah, sure, we'll do that tomorrow, no problem. And we got our handle in like the next week or so, and now we have at Solflare, but solely because we are advertising there and spending a substantial amount of money with them. So it's it's a nice game that you have to play with them to get what you want, but to keep them satisfied, but also to be able to get what you want in terms of achieving your KPIs and expanding your community and rising your community and so on. So yeah, that would be my advice. Definitely try to go as directly as you can towards those platforms.
I will catch you up later after crying in the corner.
Appreciate you. Great question. Anyone else have a question? Oh, we got one over here.
Thanks, mate. Hey, Tim. Thanks, first of all. Great chat. I had a quick question relating from comparing advertising when you do top-down advertising, like pushing ads, versus the community building side of things, and see what your learnings are in terms of customer acquisition, what's more effective. Because I feel like what you've talked a lot this hour about targeting what I understood between the lines, newbies. Like we can say, like, we're not a centralized exchange. There's a kind of narrative that target Web2 people, that people that are kind of beginning. What about like existing guys, like the DJs? Actually, they know the difference between custodial and non-custodial, and you try and kind of get communities that are not yours. Like for instance, they have a Phantom wallet, but they don't have a Solflare wallet yet. What's your approach on targeting those, and how do you compare ads versus ambassador programs and that kind of thing?
I didn't catch that 100%, but let me repeat it so you can tell me if I got it right. So basically, you're asking me how do we approach the users who are actually already Solana native, and are using all the wallets and so on?
Yeah, for example, yeah. And is it, in your experience, was it more effective to spend or to take ambassadors with you and do like?
Okay. Yeah, I would say that always, like 98% of the times, it's a mix. definitely a mix of paid ads, but also of tackling the communities and tackling the other channels where we know that users of our competitors are active or they are using a certain product and so on. So basically, we do have like a lot of analytics tools and so on, and we can definitely see, for example, Pump Fun, which is, you all know, like the biggest meme coin generating platform. We saw that the next referring website, which they went from pump.fun, what was to Phantom because of the coins that Phantom ambassadors were shilling towards the broader public. So how we approach this is basically getting to those coins and trying to get, that was back in the meme coin meta, then we try to get to those communities, to cabals inside of the Telegram group chats and so on, and getting those coins to actually shield Solflare as the wallet where they would like to, or they would want to hold those coins inside of the wallet. So basically, also when it comes to Phantom users, like we did a series of interviews with users of Solana, and they were pretty honest with us, like, okay, I'm using Phantom, and when we asked why are you using Phantom, like 90% of them said because of the habit. Like I don't need to switch to Solflare because Phantom is providing me basically what I need, and what I need is staking some Sol, swapping, and connecting to Jupiter, and that's it. And then we started to put more focus on communities, NFT, OG communities, communities from all other projects and companies that are now our partners and so on, and trying to get as much support as we can from them to be able to provide them with some sort of incentives, benefits, special treatments, and so on, to move them to Solflare. And basically, when they do move to Solflare, because of that initial incentive, then they realize how Solflare is actually better for Solana use than Phantom is, because they are obviously multi-chain and their focus isn't only on Solana. So, and then of course on top of all of that, so basically trying to put focus on community and on those kind of growth incentives across all channels. Then paid comes into play when we try to retarget the audiences that are already, for example, on X, you can target look-like audiences of Phantom followers. So basically you choose a Phantom as which has like 900,000 followers. You can target their followers and look-like audiences which has similar interests to those followers already from Phantom. And then we simply put an ad that explains why Solflare is better, what benefits do you get with Solflare, and then we obviously try to bridge users from Phantom to Solflare.
Quick follow-up question. Do you think that there's a big difference in CAC between both approaches, or does it end up being the same?
Yes, definitely. Because when you do incentives which are more organic and more like community-driven, more organic-driven, content creator-driven, CAC is definitely lower. When it comes to ad spend, which is especially in the Western countries and Western markets, very expensive to advertise and actually to get to those niches of users. And then your CAC numbers can be a lot higher. But also, in addition, you do get more quality users from those markets because they do have more liquidity to spend, they generate more revenue, and so on. So basically, as I said, when you put the both together in a fine-tuned mix, I would say that you get the most out of it. But you can't have one without the other. That's definitely what we have found in the past like a year or so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great question. I think we got time for. Oh, sorry, we'll be right over there. We got two more.
Oh, not you, not you.
Yeah, to troll him a bit. Just one addition to that is performance team works as well with the community team when it comes to advertisement, since we also help our community and our ambassadors through our performance budget. So it's not only targeting as Solflare, hey, download Solflare, do this, do that, but also organic things that our ambassadors do when it comes to helping the ecosystem and giving them credibility as well. So people who follow them are not only Solflare users, they are overall Solana ecosystem users. And through that, Dean and his team also help our ambassadors in pushing their organic content that already did well and performed well. We also help them in that aspect, since if they are more credible, if they are doing better, that also helps their reach and their credibility. And if they are a Solflare ambassador, that's because of X, Y, Z reasons, right? Because they trust us. And if people trust them and their content, they are more eager to convert or trust our wallet as well.
Yep. One more question, Tin. Sorry, I'm over here, and this is the last one. You can catch him after.
So you were talking about acquisition of users from Phantom. I'm interested in the side of acquisition of users that are normies, let's say, that are just came to the crypto. Do you have a strategy for that, or you only look to acquire users who are per se in Coinbase or Phantom or others?
Yeah, we actually have 3 different layers of, and this would fall into education category of our advertisement efforts. So basically, one layer is users who are still not yet onboarded on crypto in any way. So Web3 normies who don't know anything about crypto. We want to educate them how to actually get into crypto through central exchange, directly through a wallet, whatever. Just learn about crypto, and then we will make you a Solflare user eventually with retargeting ads later. Second layer is people who are already onboarded on crypto, but only through central exchanges. So people who use Binance, Coinbase, KuCoin, or whatever, but they still keep their assets within central exchanges. And then to protect them from a FTX fiasco, for example, then we approach those users with messages of education about self-custody wallets or non-custodial wallets, where they can move their assets from central exchanges to Solflare and keep their assets safe. And then the third layer is users who are already onboarded on crypto. They're already onboarded on Phantom or Solflare, but are not using the ecosystem in the most optimized way. As I said before, connecting to dApps, using different platforms, using, I don't know, Lulo, Magic Eden not so much in the past a year or so, but Meteora, and so on and so on, and basically trying to educate them how to, as I said, benefit the most from the whole Solana ecosystem by using Solflare and what is safe and what is not. So those 3 layers of education we definitely use with different kind of messages towards those users. But all of them are of the same importance to us, because starting from layer 1 to layer 3, we all want them to convert to Solflare and basically use Solflare as it is intended to be used. So great question, but yeah, that's the answer.
Great question, guys. And Callahan's going to be here afterwards, so you can link up with him. But we're getting ready for our next talk. But let's give it up one more time for Professor Callahan, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
We will be right back in a few moments with Scharko from Metaplex to token generation on Solana. So don't go too far. Thank you, guys. for this, dude. I'm taking this seriously.
This is me being smart. The mask is on. Let's go.
Okay. All right, guys. Welcome back to our next workshop. I'm so proud to introduce to you again talking to you about token generation on Solana. Please welcome Scharko from Metaplex.
Thank you, far too kind. Okay, I'm gonna make this really quick so all of you can go around and have drinks and eat something because it's been a long day. So there's this hot topic around Solana, well, around blockchain for the past, well, let's call it a year. And it's token launching and why it isn't working and what's actually happening, what's the future, how can we make it better and stuff like that. So if you were listening to my talk before today, I talked about how Metaplex is always looking for ways how to improve something in the ecosystem, how to answer a specific issue, and build something that's going to help everyone make their experience in the industry better. And currently, the hot topic is token generation, so of course, Metaplex is going to work on token generation. And the only way we can help is by building software which people are going to use and be more successful in doing what they do, and in this case, it's token launching. So one thing that I would like to mention is, which probably everyone knows, but token launching in blockchain currently is, I like to call it the Wild West, because unlike other things with token launches, if you've seen one, you haven't seen them all. If you've seen 100, you still haven't seen them all. And it's not because there's variety, it's because there's variety of outcome. And I think the biggest problem is that we are still somehow kind of stuck in that way of thinking that we had before. Like everything needs to be free for all, it's all blockchain native, it's something that we just do, and if a token dumps, then it dumps. If it goes 100x, then it goes 100x. But the real, at least we feel like, the real issue is how do we attract serious business towards Solana if we cannot give them the proper tools to actually execute on token launching the proper way? It seems like when you look at it from a perspective of meme coins and the whole meme coin meta, it seems like most of the retail doesn't really care about whether the token is properly launched or not. But if we stick to that same thought and say, well, nobody cares, I'm guessing like the rest of the world is also not going to care about us. And the approach that we are taking now is enabling, let's call it a suite of tools, a full suite of tools to do proper token generation and to approach launching tokens in a way where the company can do it not only properly, but natively to what they want to achieve. And do it securely, and most of all, do it on-chain without the hassle of going through intermediaries and other usually more complicated ways of actually executing on this. So I'm just gonna walk through the challenges of token launching, which I'm also sure everyone knows, but like every token launch promises fairness, transparency, decentralization, and all of the other things that we keep mentioning. But under the hood, most of these token launches are stitched together with like rushed scripts and those like opaque token allocations and backroom deals. So often the tools have been improvised, the process repeatedly reinvented, and that how it ends we all know. So my kind of take on this and the whole way of thinking that we were approaching it is, what are the 4 challenges, or what are the challenges for token launching? And as it says here, I guess most of you are going to say front running and sniping, but there's also like 2 not very unimportant things, and that's who's developing your platform and who's doing the work. Just remember the amount of rugs, the amount of backdoors that were implemented in some serious projects that actually have a future, but kind of got that future taken away from them because there was bad code, because there was someone who implemented something. And something that we keep talking about transparency in blockchain, but very often there's like a serious lack of transparency. And that's something that we would definitely like to either fix or at least make better. So the question is, who are you guys and why do you think you're the ones that are going to fix these problems? Well, as you may have heard, and whoever knows us, you probably have some sort of an idea what Metaplex is and what Metaplex does, but I'm just going to give you some data around why Metaplex. So, if you want to launch a token, there's a couple of things that you're searching for, and probably the number one thing is integration. You want to have your token be able to appear everywhere, to be usable everywhere, to actually have that function to operate over the whole ecosystem. And to be quite frank, Metaplex is probably the only company in the Solana ecosystem that can enable that from the get-go. Why? Because these are just some of the projects that we are working with, that we are integrated with, that we support, and that support us. But if that's not enough, here are some very stale numbers of what Metaplex did. So total asset creation, it's over $1 billion currently. Total transaction value, over 10 billion also currently. Unique signers, I think, are over 12 million. So from a perspective of someone who wants to launch a token, you are sitting at the right place with us to actually be able to get your token in hands of almost everyone in the Solana ecosystem and beyond it. And you're sitting in a pool of people who already know us, use us. You're working with all of the partners that are behind us and that we are behind them. So what I'm presenting today is a new standard for token launches. And this is our new TG tooling suite for token creation. It's on-chain native, of course. And it's a solution for autonomy control and fair launch mechanisms. The thing I mentioned, transparency through on and off-chain disclosure, smart contracts, protocols, and tools for all facets of TG. So what would that mean? That means that from our perspective, we think, and I'm quite sure that that's probably the case, token launching should be an all-in-one approach that enables all of the avenues that you want to take, all of the different protocols that are in Solana, and it should be simple, it should be fair, and more to that, it should be transparent, and it should give you the ability to choose what you want to do, when you want to do it, how much you want to do it. So our kind of way of thinking is we'll give you the full suite of opportunity, and then you can pick and choose what you want to use. And this is what we are currently building, and this is what we want to help everyone have access to, so to speak. So what is this tool suite that I keep talking about? There's more stuff coming. Well, actually, there's more stuff already accessible, but I'm just going to touch on the first 4 points. The first one being the time-based pre-sale smart contracts. So I'm guessing most of you know what that means, but we are taking it one step further by enabling a bunch of different ways how you can do these time-based pre-sales. Then, of course, the full transparency for token economics investing contracts. There's I think, half a dozen projects that keep talking about this topic, but no one actually invented a technical way, an on-chain way to make this possible. We currently have it ready to deploy. Liquidity management and the airdrop and claim mechanisms. So all of these things are accessible from the get-go with us, fully customizable to your needs and to your preferences. So if you are looking to launch a token and have been looking in all of these launchpads and through all of the ecosystem, some of them have some of the things, some of them have none of the things. But our way of thinking is, look, this is it. Whatever you want to use or not use, pick and choose, that's it. How do we want to do it? So we're not building a launchpad. That's not the idea here. Our ethos is helping projects. So we deploy a white glove support approach where you come to us, you tell us what you need, and we will be behind you every step of the way to actually make it possible. Our idea is, you want to launch a token? Okay, we'll help you build a custom UI where all of your fans, all of your supporters can come and use that UI to actually get your token. And from that UI, you can manage all phases of your TG. The idea is to provide an end-to-end guidance, so you're not doing this alone. You're working with probably the most experienced team on Solana, and we are here every step of the way to actually guide you through the process. Also, not just on a technical basis, it's also done on an advisory basis, on a marketing basis. So we're not just providing technical support, we have a suite of partners that's gonna help you get some marketing done, get some visibility, also advise you on what the best way of creating your tokenomics is, because I feel like tokenomics were very important early on in the blockchain industry, but somehow fell apart later on. Like in the past year, I have a feeling like every token launch has the same tokenomics because someone started copying the other one and then it just became a domino effect. But let's be real, not every project needs the same tokenomics. It's not going to work for every project the same way, because at the end of the day, some projects are going to have to deploy a bunch of tokens for something, and the other ones are going to have to wait years and years to actually deploy everything just because the product works that way. And of course, smooth execution and adoption is the way we want to do it. And I'm guessing, like, I've been in Metaplex for 2 years. And ever since I started there, I realized that there's a reason why Metaplex built so many useful things and why everything works the way it works. And that's because the engineering team there is pretty OG and pretty good. And I guess some of you that work with them, I see Mattia nodding. That means that he agrees, and coming from him, who is also one of the best to work in the dev industry in Solana, I feel that compliment very much. And I guess for the ideal customer, it's almost everyone. Of course, the first one, apps and platforms, are probably ideal. They are probably the first one to come in and use this. But all of the other that are mentioned here, especially Web2 companies, are also something that we gave some consideration to, and are also probably the customers that we want to attend to. This offering and this whole suite is really, really modular. Way modular than anything that we have on the market currently. And because we do the white glove approach, because we work individually with every project, you can definitely have the maximum impact of it. So anyone and anywhere, if you want to launch a token, my contact is going to be here afterwards. So you feel free to send me a message or to, I don't know, talk to me live. I'm usually, if I'm not on my phone, I'm probably dead or very sick. So there's a big chance I'm going to answer to your DM and help you find your way towards that. The last thing I'm going to say, and then I can probably let you all go, is I've been working in this industry for a long time. And I have experienced in the last year some, like, a feeling of jadedness, because I felt like after 8 years of trying to make the ecosystem better, like in the middle of the meme coin meta, I felt like, what are we doing? Like we spend so much time building all of this useful stuff and building it for serious companies, for serious projects, and now I feel like nobody's using it. And that was before I realized that, yeah, one of the issues is probably for a serious business. Okay, cool, I want to launch a token, but in the Web2 world, you have contracts. And if you deploy capital, you can modulate that capital over a normal contract, over all of the possibilities that you have in the Web2 world, which is very much missing in the Web3 space. And I think this is the gateway to actually make all of these token launches, all of this kind of stuff it feels granular, but it's probably the most important thing, because if you're a serious company, if you're working on something big, you're probably going to be very careful about deploying a token, because everyone knows what most of the tokens look like after a year, after half a year, or even after 4 to 5 years. So after I've like done a deep dive into what we want to do, after we spec'd it out, after we talked a lot, I felt this this rush of, hey, maybe this is the key. Maybe now we can start moving into the traditional space, or vice versa, to actually help everyone who wants to build a business, doesn't know how to approach it because they cannot launch a token properly or the way they want to. Maybe this is the answer. Maybe this is what we are missing to make it possible. I had 2 versions of this presentation, and I decided to do a short one because it's late and I'm fairly sure everyone is fatigued and tired currently. So this is the shortest way I can tell you, if you want to launch a token, just use Metaplex. Come to me. We'll get you settled. And if you don't know how to approach us, this is how. I'm Scharko. My handle is the same for Telegram and for Twitter. Feel free to add me. Feel free to ask questions. We'll set up a call. We'll set up something. And yeah, I'm going to be here probably for the next week. And yeah, let's talk.
And if it's all right with you, I think we have time for like a couple questions. So if anyone has a question, throw your paw up and I'll come out to you with your mic. Right over here.
Not him. Fuck.
I'm going to torture you. Why do you think it took so long for someone to come up with this, luckily you guys? Because we've had like clients have the same problem and with no solution, hacking, you know, Meteor Alpha Vaults and like, why until now?
Well, I think there's 2 ways of answering this. We didn't come to it because the ecosystem didn't need it. Like, we are very much a responsive type of company. We look at the ecosystem, we detect what's needed, and then we start building it, you know? So before, there wasn't really much talk about token generation being important or not. And for us, we just had other things to do, I guess, you know? There was a need for, I don't know, better compression assets. There was need for a better NFT standard. There was need for a better airdrop tool or whatever, you know? So I guess that was kind of...
I mean more like, how come no one beat you to it?
I'm not sure if anyone could beat us to it, and that's not, I'm not like overestimating or underestimating anyone else or overestimating us. I think that goes back to Metaplex being in the ecosystem. Like what we build, what we are building usually tends to have a bit of a bigger impact because we are so heavily integrated and because we are here from the get-go. And I think that puts us currently in a unique position to actually, you know, succeed in this type of thing. And as I said, we're not considering this a launchpad. This is something to help every individual project separately, and that's kind of the mission of it. And I still feel that 90% of business, 90% of activity in the token launching space is still going to be via traditional launchpads, because more projects are usually just going to want to launch a token and see what's happening. But I think the more serious projects, the projects that do have a really developed idea of how they want to approach their token launching, they are probably our ideal customer, and they are the ones that we are targeting with this. The rest, the majority of the ecosystem, probably not. So I had multiple conversations with projects that end up just being, guys, I think you should use X launchpad because you don't need like 90% of stuff we built. So why even go through the hassle when this is much simpler? But then I had a lot of conversations lately with projects that are looking into specific types of launching, specific types of vesting and liquidity management, just because their product is built in a certain way. And this is what we are aiming for. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great question. We got one more over here.
So what are the copy-pasted tokenomics that you refer to? And what's wrong
The
with
copy-paste tokenomics. I would have to look up any random tokenomics from the last year on my laptop, and I would probably have the same copy-paste. But it's, I mean, I can't give you the numbers because I don't have them in my head. But if you read enough white papers, you probably saw the same, like the same pie chart with the same percentages, allocations for team, for what is it, treasury, community, blah, you know. And then you kind of see 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you see a pattern happening. Just because probably one of the first projects that did it that way was successful for a part, and then, you know, everyone just kept seeing that as the winning model. It's, I don't remember the numbers, but if someone says 20% to the team, I'm like, okay, cool, another 20% to the team, let's go. It's not that simple usually, because, as I said, there's projects who are going to be like, we need 2% for the team, and we need it vested in this way, and it needs to be a lockup of this, and then it needs to be liquidated at this point, and then, I don't know, you know, there's levels to this game for some projects that are not just basic allocation, basic lockup, and that's it.
All right, let's give it up one more time for Scharko from Metaplex, guys. We appreciate you. If you had more questions, he'll be here. Also, make sure to follow him, and we'll see you guys back in a little bit for the next workshop with Yuri. Appreciate you guys.
Never
this whole workshop with the actual builders that are on the hackathon and everything.
All right. All right, guys, welcome back to our next workshop. How are you guys feeling today? Oh, come on. I know it's late in the day, but we're doing good, right? All right, so we have a very special workshop for you. It's going to be quick, but there's going to be plenty of time at the end if you have to ask questions. I would like to introduce you the protocol engineer from Metaplex, Yuri, here to talk to you about shortlisting and what happens next. Take it away, Yuri.
Hey, everyone. How's it going? So, thanks a lot. I'm Yuri, currently working as a protocol engineer at Metaplex, but today I'm not going to be talking about that. I actually want to talk a little bit about my journey into how I got where I am right now. And that involves a lot of hackathons, honestly. And I want to talk about my experience on hackathons and what happens when you do get shortlisted, when you do get selected, and what you should do, essentially, in order to maximize your chances of, getting that placement, right? So my entire story kind of started about a bit more than a year ago, where at that point, I wasn't really happy with what I was doing. I didn't really know what I would do next, right? And by pure chance, I actually ended up at a hacker house here in Split, where I was introduced to Solana, right? And at that point, the decision was basically made that, okay, I'm gonna take this year to actually, do hackathons, play around with it, and see what I can manage from that, and maybe even end up with a product in the end, right? And for that, I needed one first thing, and that is a team. So I'd like to actually dedicate a second to the people who helped me along the way, right? So the team was basically comprised of myself, Duyo, who's here in the audience, who is the other software engineer who did a lot of work, and my dear girlfriend Paula, who did a lot of the UI, UX, and was generally a strong, driving force while we were building out these hackathons. So before we actually got any placement, right, we actually, played around with a lot of, ideas in Web3, basically creating various markets, privacy tools, yada, yada, right? And then we were introduced to the fact that Solana has a ton of hackathons going on every year, right? So the first thing that we did was actually apply with a product idea to the Bankathon, right? And the Bankathon was basically sponsored by Bank, right? And the whole idea was to create a project that utilizes Bank. So we decided to create a pixel art board / auction wherein people pay Bonk in order to, place a pixel on a huge canvas, right? And at the end of the game, all the Bonk gets locked, burned, and you get this nice little piece of art that actually had your Bonk as sacrifice in it, right? We started around May, ended around August, as you can see here, and we actually managed to get a third place in the Bonkathon in the consumer apps track, which was, an amazing achievement for someone who hasn't really been, in the ecosystem that long. So we saw that, this project pretty much taught us the idea matters, right? And we actually did manage to execute on the idea as well, so execution matters as well. But bring in a novel concept, make it fun, and you might actually have a great chance of, getting placed in one of these hackathons, right? But now I come to the actual project that I want to talk about more, and that's the one that quote-unquote made it, right? And that's Verve. So Verve was a smart account controlled wallet, which was made to be, an embedded wallet, which was made to be extremely cheap to use, extremely simple for users to set up, extremely simple for developers to set up, right? And we thought that we might actually be able to build out a business out of this app. So, and at the same time, we had Radar coming up, right? So we decided, hey, let's hack something together for Radar, right? And we, started working on it, actually made a working prototype, and got placed in the Superteam Balkan Hackathon, we got first place. And then we actually got placed in Radar as well, with fourth place going to us in the infrastructure track, second place in the ZK compression side track, and that's a nice hefty amount of money right there, right? However, we also did a lot of stuff on the side trying to build this out as a business. So while this was great as a hackathon project, right? We wanted to see what can we do in order to make this a legitimate business. And in that regard, we actually even got to the second round of interviews with Alliance. So Alliance is one of the biggest and most popular startup accelerators in crypto. However, we did not pass the second round. And we were kind of, really bummed about it, right? But that wasn't necessarily the end of the project, right? However, it got us thinking, hey, why is this, why did we fail, right? Why didn't we get in? And I'll actually talk about that a little bit later, right? But suffice it to say is that around February, we kind of decided to, slowly, close down the project, right? The code is open source, everyone can use it, everyone can try it out, right? However, we personally didn't want to work on it anymore, right? However, there is that one little piece, one little event that happened that really stuck with us, right? And that is the moment when we actually got an email saying, hey, thanks for submitting to Colosseum, right? Here we are the guys behind Colosseum, and the three of us thought your submission was exceptional. And it really, struck a chord with us. We loved the fact that we got some kind of recognition, right? However, we weren't necessarily 100% aware of what this actually means, because the reason you get this email when you are shortlisted is because now is the time for 3 people who are leading a VC fund to decide whether they will put money into your project or not, right? And that's exactly what the situation is, right? So we kind of, once we realized this, hey, like we could actually get some money from this, we actually had to, sit down and talk between each other, how we want to present ourselves, what we want to tell them, right? And in the end, whether we have a fighting chance to actually get some money and, launch a product based on this, right? And essentially, what we found out, and so let's actually go back to this and talk a little bit more. What actually happened is that we had about an hour-long conversation with the Colosseum people, right? So it was me and 3 people from Colosseum, right? And the questions were mainly focused on whether you are able to build out a business, right? So it wasn't really questions, hey, your project looks interesting, what's the tech behind it, what's this, what's that? There are those kinds of questions, right? However, the most important part is whether you can build a business. And that really boils down to three things, right? The first thing, and the second most important in my mind, is founders, right? So do you have the pedigree to build a certain kind of project, right? So in Verve's case, you need people who are highly technical. Both Duyo, I, and Paula are highly technical people, right? With Paula being able to deliver great UIs, Duyo and I being able to basically build out whatever you throw at us, right? So we had no problems there, right? And the one thing that I noticed is that they really like when you have more than one founder. One thing I didn't note here is that it's also great if you are well known on Twitter, right? So I was not a very known entity on Twitter, right? Josip, for example, Josip Vladovic, right? Is he here? No, he isn't. He's a known entity, right? And that helps him a lot when talking with these people. Why? Because they know you. They know how you think. They know what your values are, right? The second important thing, but let's say that that's the least important of these 3, right, is traction. And that essentially boils down to what do you have so far? And when I say traction, I mean, do you have at least some form of product, right? And more importantly, are people using that product today, right? And that's very, weird for a hackathon because you're hacking something up. But things happen so fast in crypto that during the duration of a hackathon, you know that it's coming up, right? You're going to start building a little bit before, right? But you also have to do the entire, sales cycle or business development cycle where you actually get people using your product. And that's one thing we did not have. We had a working prototype, but no traction, right? And what I think is the most important part to anyone giving you money in exchange for a percentage in your company, right, is the business model. And that essentially boils down to, can it make money? And my personal belief is that we closed Verve because we thought that it requires way too much effort and way too many users in order to start making money. That's simply the model that we were working with at the time, right? And that is the reason why I believe that A, Colosseum didn't fund us, right? And B, Alliance didn't fund us, right? So essentially, when you're building your product, think about the money, right? Don't be like me. Don't be the highly technical person who wants to build a dream, right? It's great that you want to do this. I know, I understand it, but make sure that at the end of the day, you can actually pay people who are building together with you, right? And make sure that you end up being a millionaire thanks to your idea. Or at least, 100,000, whatever you want to earn, right? Make sure that there is money behind this. And really, that's all I really have to say to you. The idea here is that I told you a little story. I've got this experience, and I'd really invite all of you today to ask me any kind of question that might come to mind. What do you want to know about the hackathon process? What do you want to know about what judges, look for? Or were there any specific kinds of questions, or anything like that? Feel free to ask, and that's it for me. Thank you so much.
And that's your favorite part. If you have any questions for Yuri, throw your paw up and I'll come over with the mic. First one up right here.
I wanna put you on blast on live stream right away. What was your favorite and least favorite part of your radar journey, of the Colosseum journey?
Very interesting question. So my favorite part was actually building this stuff out, right? So I'm a technical person. I love building stuff. I can just relax and, just type some stuff out. The base of everything actually gets built out in a day, right? And then the rest kind of happens throughout the month, 2 months that you're working on this, right? So that was honestly my favorite part, just building this out, making sure it works, making sure that we have a prototype, right? My least favorite part, and this is again, pretty personal, is actually the fact that this is a hackathon where you need to build a product, a working, money-making product, not a hackathon where you can just come with a cool idea. I got rewarded for a cool idea, okay? Don't get me wrong, stuff can happen, You can get rewarded for a cool idea. But if you want to make a business out of that cool idea, make sure that you've got money behind it. I also really like the fact that it's a pitch, right? It's a 3-minute video pitch, and maybe then followed by actually getting selected and talking to people, right? That 3-minute pitch, thinking that up, I think is insanely important, but I think that a lot of people make the mistake where they try to explain absolutely everything about their product. I got into that trap at first, but then you gotta distill, and honestly, your pitch should really be, this is the product, this is what it does, this is how it makes money. And maybe this is what we have so far. That's it, right? And the judges will like that, right? You will see in the submissions that some people will have a minute-long presentation, that some people will have 6-minute-long presentations. I personally think that the 6-minute-long ones are too long. They just weren't concentrated enough on the task at hand, right? And I think that in 3 minutes, you can actually really say everything you want, right? We managed it 2 times, got placed great, right? and now it's just a matter of, executing on it. So yeah.
Just FYI, you're very correct because now on breakout the limit is 3 minutes. So I guess the judges agree with you on that part.
The limit was 3 minutes on Radar as well. However, people really stretch that limit, and there's always a chance that that project is actually good, so you allow it somewhat, but please don't. Like, just keep it down to 3 minutes. Like, speed up your video 1.15x. That's the sweet spot that I found for my own voice, right? Try doing that. Of course, remodulate your voice so that you don't sound like a chipmunk, but you'll do good, okay? So you've got 3 minutes, 30 seconds, and then you can, kind of shorten it.
I have another question. So, from a marketing perspective and approaching a hackathon, do you think applying more pressure, or so to speak, dedicating more resources towards marketing a product helps you in terms of getting accepted, getting that first initial bump in a hackathon, even before you apply, of course?
I think it really depends on the product. If we're building consumer apps, for example, I'd say 110%. Consumer apps, games, anything that can be used very quickly, I think requires an insane marketing, like as strong of a marketing push as you can put behind it, right? We did a bit of marketing for Verve. We didn't do like a lot, right? However, we also only had a prototype, like we were on DevNet essentially, right? So the idea of us pushing for a lot of marketing, I don't think it was a good fit all in all, right? Because it's not something that's very shiny in and of itself, but it's something that's very useful, right? In the end, but you as the end user would never see it really, right? So we did not do a lot of push towards marketing because it was very much focused on, well, we lost signal. Oh, there we go. So it was very much focused on, who cares? It was very much focused on, B2B essentially. We're focused towards developers, right? And we were talking a lot with developers. So if you want to say, if you want to talk marketing, yes, I actually did even go to breakpoints and talked with literally every single dev in the Colosseum arena over there, right? So we could say, yes, marketing is still important. It just depends on who you're marketing to. So if we're talking about consumer apps, very generic marketing, yes. It's insanely important. Why? Because they look at your Twitter profile. So the judges take a look and ask themselves, okay, who are these people and what is this project, right? And what's very important when they look at your project's Twitter profile is, A, how many followers does it have? B, is it followed by legitimate people from the industry or bots? We had the luck of talking to a couple of very legitimate people from the industry, right? Them liking us enough to actually give us a follow on our product page. So when you would take a look at the verified followers, you would see, okay, these people are legit. Yes, this is very important. Does that kind of answer your question? Fully. Okay, great. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions?
Yes,
right over here.
Go ahead.
Just one thing, going with those premises that to be on a hackathon and to get the judges' attention, you need to have some kind of business development and some kind of marketing and sales. It feels that the doors are closed for the newcomers in a sense that, how should I phrase this? That Colosseum is kind of scales already small businesses to a large business, but if you're just somebody who doesn't have any kind of money for doing those types of things, you just have your fingers to code. Is it a good thing to go to Colosseum?
Okay, so let me tell my personal story, right? Because I think that there is, that feeling, what you're describing, I can understand it. However, I have felt similarly at the beginning, but I was also kind of proven wrong, to be perfectly honest, okay? And I was proven wrong for two reasons. I was, like a year ago, I was an unknown entity, right? Completely unknown entity in the Solana ecosystem. Like, I was just starting out, right? So what happened for me was that I, from the very beginning, started getting connected with people. And that's where Superteam Balkan actually came in, right? And they came in super hot, right? And helped us out a lot in terms of, you know, just gathering connections within the ecosystem. And even other than just gathering connections, it's there's a thing to say about them actually being able to give you grants in order for you to, you know, go and do some of this marketing, some of this in-person marketing with these people yourself, right? So we got some grant money, right? I actually, thanks to some stuff that we built out, we actually got some grant money. We were able to fly me out, right? To, what was it, to Singapore, right? To the Colosseum arena that was happening on Breakpoint over there, right? Where I actually got to talk with literally every single important person within the ecosystem, right? Like, the ecosystem feels large and you know that there's a lot of noise. There's certainly a lot of noise, but the ecosystem itself is still, we're still in the early stages of the ecosystem. We're still not, you know, huge, right? We're just, you know, big enough for people to be able to fight through, and actually, if you're ready to, you know, walk up to someone and literally just start yapping about your thing, and you can see that I can yap, right? Like, you would be able to get recognized by them and then recognized later. For example, I was able to show one of the judges, right, my idea even before, you know, submissions opened, right? So I was able to talk with them and see, hey, how do you breathe? How do you think, right? I was able to meet a lot of other people, right, by simply being there, talking to them. And maybe the most important part is actually being willing to help them out later on, right? So that way you really do get recognized, right? You do share feedback with each other. You get recognized on Twitter a bit later, you know, and you kind of slowly build out this reputation of someone who actually, you know, exists here, who's not gonna just, you know, disappear, but you do have to kind of fight for yourself a bit in this regard. So I understand that you think that like it's very hard, but that's just a perception because there is a lot of noise, right? So if you're pushing out signal, you're gonna get through the noise at one point, I can guarantee you. And using these communities like Superteam, right, is extremely important. Like, it's a great big step because they can actually help you achieve whatever you need, especially if you're young. You know, look, I'm 33, like I've got obligations, right? But if you're like 22 years old, got nothing to lose, right? All you really have to do is just ask these people, hey, who can get me some money? I really want to fly over there and talk to people, right? Someone will actually just throw some money at you. I'm not even joking. And that's completely true. It happened to me, okay? So yeah. So like, I would encourage you to just yap. Literally just yap and talk to people. You will get recognized at one point. However, understand that it's not just about yapping, it's about contributing, you know, to the community. So if you've got any way of doing so, do it, whatever you're good at.
Any other questions? Throw your paw up. That's it? All right, guys, let's give it up for Yuri from Metaplex on Shortlisted, guys. Appreciate you so much. You have about a 20-minute break, and then we'll be coming back for our last workshop of the day. I hope everyone's excited. It's Web3 gaming, Soul Strike, Catfishing, and solbound.dev. So we'll see you guys in a little bit, okay?
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
don't want to mislead. This is all you need. Be your everything, yeah, I'll be your everything. Still too soon to feel. Please just say it's real. More than just a thrill, not just in it for the thrill. I'm in it for the love, cause love it needs to touch it. You're pressing on my buttons, babe, let me tell you something. I'm in it for the love, cause love it needs to touch it. You're pressing on my buttons, babe, let me tell you something. I'm in it for the love. 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 up your dream. We were ordering some treats. You said it would be alright. I tried to stop you asking why. You started out to face it. My heart went off like crazy. You placed your arms on my head. We fell into my small bed. You started out to face it. My heart went off like crazy. I felt my breath was taken. We were about to make it.
And we're missing one speaker.
Yeah, Ned.
All right, guys, welcome back to our last workshop of the day, and this is an amazing one. So we are going to be having a discussion today about Web3 gaming. Who's excited right now? All right, we got a whole bunch of gamers, so just really quick, we're going down the line. We have Ned from Catfishing, we have Madi from solbound.dev, and I'm so sorry, I forget, but it's Solstrike. And I'm so happy to have you guys here. So let's really quick start off with some quick introductions. Let's introduce you, the game, and why you're choosing to build in Web3. So we'll go down the line.
I mean, I can go first. Been in Web3 for a long while. I think most people here know my story and the story of my team. We basically got our first opportunity and chance to set up a business with the Remnants NFT back in 2022, later moving on to the Heist, which was a great success. And then after that, the recent DeFi Dungeons release. We basically chose it because we saw the value, in community. We saw the fast transactions, the cheap transactions, and we just thought it's superior to Ethereum, which was the kind of obvious choice at the time.
Awesome. Who's up next? Okay,
sure.
Same question for you.
Me next, yeah. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Solstrike project that we are building for Breakout Hackathon, right? I've been in crypto space since 2017. Successfully launched several projects, fundraised twice or 3 times actually. Building on different chains. At the moment, we are on Solana, and I think it was the right decision. A lot of opportunities, a lot of warm people to welcome you on chain, and that's how we met and how we made the partnership with Solflare. Of course, Superteam Balkan actually brought us to Solana. So yeah, besides Solstrike, I'm running around 20 people dev shop that are mostly working on Solana right now. So in short, that's it.
Appreciate you, Filip, and we'll dive back in a second. Ned, same for you.
I'm Ned. I've been building Catfishing. It's the first game that I've built, or that we're building. I've been in crypto since maybe 2016, and working on more experimental and larger projects. So this one, I think, was more an experiment and to be interesting and fun, to try to reshape a bit of the landscape. And yeah, I think that was my goal. I'm not a developer, so I started and I'm trying to figure something out, and I see it as interesting. So, and Solana, I think we looked at, and it seemed to have the same energy as Ethereum when it started. So this is what I picked up on and thought, there is energy and there's something here that hasn't been fully explored yet. So.
Now, this Fox is so super excited about Web3 gaming, and so I want to learn a little bit more. Can we dive into a little bit more detail about each of your game projects and a little bit about the mechanics?
Yes, so basically for ours, it's mostly a Web 2 game with some Web 3 aspects to it, like withdrawing depositing, those sort of systems. And then we basically were using RNG roles to reward our users. Like a big problem we see in the industry is kind of bots and such. The RNG is the only way to sort it. And apparently the dopamine hits were good enough for the game to go, #1 on Solana. First heist back in 2023 in the summer, and now DeFi Dungeons probably 2 months ago. They are all, kind of, I gotta say, Ponzi-nomics games, where you use your NFTs to farm token in a certain way, which got major traction, especially in the bear market. Now that when you have strong price action, something like that is a bit less effective. But in a bear market, we were like the belle of the ball, as you would say.
I think everyone was playing that game there, and you know, creating different strategies. It was awesome times, and DeFi Dungeons was one of the most hyped mints this year. They actually minted out, so congratulations on the success. Filip, I'll pass it over to you. Let's dive into SoulStrike a little bit.
Yeah, we are not that famous like Matthias projects, but thank you, Bibs. Basically, SoulStrike is at the moment third-person shooter, but it will become first-person shooter as well. Built exclusively on Solana, let's say Fortnite style, but fully Web3 integrated. So we are basically it's a room where 4 players can enter. It's obviously a shooter, so you enter with some prize money. The winner takes around 80 or 90% of it. The second place takes a little bit, and third place as well. Only the fourth guy, which is the loser, obviously do not take any money. So the business model is simple. We basically taking like, we didn't decide on percentage, but 5 to 10% of each game's prize pool. The whole idea is to make a simple game where you can actually, with 5 to 7 clicks, enter and play. There is a bunch of these games, other shooters that are like very, very, in my opinion, complicated. Of course, they're graphic and the whole thing is way better than SoulStrike, but that's the thing, we are not competing with them. We're trying to keep things smooth and simple so people can actually have fun without owning certain NFTs or having a lot of money, so we're going to make it accessible for everyone. There's going to be a free-to-play room, I don't know, $1-2 room, or maybe $100 or $200 room. So if you experience, I don't know, CS player, probably you're going to go for a high-stake room. And if you just want to train or try the game, you're going to start with the free-to-play and then slowly develop your skills. So
yeah, and I've gotten to personally play the game. It was so much fun. I love the revenue model that you have. It's so sustainable, and it's honestly, with the skill-based aspect of it, you know, it creates such a cool experience. Thank God that we weren't collecting any money, because Callahan killed me like 8 times that day. So, but definitely appreciate it. Let's pass it back over to Ned to dive into catfishing a little bit.
So we started, well, I started building this game with 2 people because it wasn't really my job. And I thought I'd been in crypto a long time, so I saw the cycles and how they worked, and I thought, well, somebody should just build inherently good gaming loops as opposed to DeFi models and a bit of gaming. So the first problem I wanted to solve was, okay, how does Unity work? Let's build something that's comparable and it's easy. So it had a really simple mechanic such as phishing, and then begin to build in to this, take more time to look at the system and how the communities can form. So this is where I think lately I've been researching or looking more at how to build an economic model that isn't the same as everything else. So we started to research more around like an inheritance model, or a model that just is based on you playing the game and that's it. So it's not about money, it's more about people. If you invest the time as like a proof of play, you can maybe ultimately own the game. So I'm still working this model out, but to me it feels like the importance is the community, and also a lot of what's happening in the gaming now. The same with me, you get tired and you know the swings can happen, but I think to try to break this model a little bit to just reward people, give people the win that they want, because when you're in crypto for so long, you lose a lot and then you get tired and you just want to have the chocolate factory and like get it. So I'm trying to come up with some models with the tokenomics team now to try to incentivize just community, and things scale based on interest.
I don't want the chocolate factory. I want more of those chocolate donuts that we had, but I definitely want to expand on what you were just talking about, Ned, because now this is going to be a little bit more of a difficult question. As you all know, the state of gaming in Web3 has been a bit abysmal. It's been rough out there. We've seen projects downsize, shut down after years of developing, run out of runway. So what keeps each of you motivated to keep building in Web3?
Yeah, definitely the fact that we see the things that are being done wrong, even like what Ned just explained. we're all used to like the same models, the same kind of thing going over and over again. And especially what he said, like nobody is building game first. Everybody's kind of building Web3 first. Like there's a whole huge industry of where people give money to just play the game, and we're here like insistent on, you know, using the Web3 first approach. The token allocations are the most important for the launch of the project, etc. I think all of us agree here that it's the wrong way or the opposite way of doing things. As far as the motivation, I can personally say we've been on Solana for 3 years. We've you know, burnt our tongue on so many things, and even, you know, lost money to exploits, all these things, and we now kind of feel like we have a huge advantage now. Like now the people from other ecosystems are coming, and we're already here. We're already set up. We know how to do it. We've lost 5 figures in token, and now know how to defend against all possible exploits. And yeah, we just do feel like we have an advantage. But the second part of that definitely is how integrated we've become with the community, and what an amazing community Solana is. Like basically everybody who had a talk today has also said.
No, and that was a great answer. We're going to actually circle back to that about the other ecosystems later, but want to pass it over to Filip and Ned for the same question, is like what keeps you motivated to keep building in Web3?
Actually, for this Soul Strike project, the game, Colosseum Hackathon motivated me, because I had this project like in a drawer for a year or a year and a half. So I was super lazy, because you mentioned the situation in Web3 gaming. It was not that great. And as Matthias said, it always comes first to Web3 moment and then the actual game. I wanted to build, or we wanted to build, a funny game that you can actually just, you know, join and play, and then potentially earn money. And I hate these pay-to-win games, so I really work hard to keep the model simple, and everyone who has skill actually can potentially earn money. So and I checked the games on different chains, like gaming chains, and they are slowly moving to Solana, and I don't know, I just find them complicated. You know, you need to have this and that in order to play, and if you have this skin, you have more damage or something like that, and I don't like that. I used to be a League of Legends professional player back in the days, like 10 years ago, or something like, yeah, it was funny, but, and Josip was playing around that time as well. He was, I don't know, best support, but anyway, I don't want to go into League of Legends. It's my yeah, number one Soraka in world, but that's my pain point, because I couldn't stand losing. and yeah, what actually motivates me to make a simple game where people can have fun and potentially earn money. So we try to keep it simple.
Ranked higher than Elon in League of Legends, but I'm definitely, based on that, I'm not going to be joining any of the lobbies with you and lose all my money. But Ned, same question for you. What keeps you and the Cats Fishing team motivated to keep building in Web3?
I think that since I came into Ethereum when it started, I have a different point of view, the same as how probably a lot of you guys feel like you own a chain, and there's new people coming in and it gives you energy, and I see that energy with Solana, but I also feel like inherently there is things that get lost in crypto over time, and that's what I fight for. So I do take on, and a lot of the other projects that I was building for the last 8 years were really privacy focused, security focused. They're heavy, it's heavy shit that you can see can apply to fun things as well, because the same things that happen in Web 2 now happen in Web 3. And I'm tired of that shit. I don't want tourists on the internet. Like, I want things to be pure, and I want to fight for these things and these ideas. And to me, that was the same with buying a game. When you buy a game, you own a game. 10 years ago, right? If you buy something, it's yours. But now with these platforms, how do I know what's ownable? What's mine? Like, which of these things can I own? Is this asset mine, or does it belong to World of Warcraft? Like, I'm done with these things. I want to build things that people can inherently own and players feel that they can own and ultimately take over. I think it's a longer model, but to me, I also, as not a traditional game designer, don't feel the pressure to deliver something to somebody because what I'm offering them is just free and my time. So if you like it, it's for you, and if not, I don't care. So I'm not tricking anybody either. Like, I'm asking, you know, for people to come build if they're interested, and if there is, and give the attention, then there's more for you as opposed to the playbook. So that's kind of what I want to fight, is also the norm and cookie cutter models that are there to disrupt a bit the industry.
Those are some great takes, Ned, and I really appreciate your passion because it leads into the next question that I'm having. And Philip kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, but it's pertaining to a game loop. In Web3, do you guys believe that there needs to be incentives attached to the game? There needs to be a token, there needs to be a digital collectible, or can we make fun games on-chain? What are your guys' take on this?
I can go since I have the mic. Yes, this is exactly what I think is the challenge right now, is that one part of it is the game itself, but the other hard part is trying to break these models and just build community. Like, I have kids, and I look at these things, and I test it with the kids, and I know if they are playing and hooked, it can be a good loop. But I also, for example, when Fortnite comes, I'm spending so much money on Fortnite for these V-Bucks and shit every month, and I think, I know the model, man, but if my son came to me and said, and I'm asking what it costs, and he said, I just have to play. I said, do it. You know, like, to me, that's a smart idea. It's really somebody thinking of you first, which I feel a lot like isn't happening often in this space so much.
Yeah, and there's no dip on those V-Bucks. If anything, they keep going up in price. Let's go over to Matt. Same question for you.
Yeah, can you repeat the question? I'm so sorry.
So, like, do you believe in Web3 for a successful game loop that there needs to be incentives attached to it with tokens, digital collectibles, or can we just build fun games on chain?
So right now we're at a stalemate with our users, I feel. Something that a lot of projects have noticed, like while trying to find PMF, not just gaming projects, is like, well, you know, I'm gonna build something cool, and then you build something cool, and then there's no price action, and then it kind of seems you've gone for the wrong audience in the end. So like, all the smart people have started figuring it out. I've spoken to Ned about it, I've spoken to Filip about it, like the Solana gaming guys, and everybody kind of is now figuring out what we've just discussed, that you gotta build like game first, but now it's just a matter of time, like till the audience actually gets it. People here know Josip Vladovic, like he had a D-Reader, a comic book app, and he was trying to find, you know, distribution on chain. It's all an amazing, amazing idea, perfect product, but he was then selling to people who are basically degens, who then were angry that the comic book didn't do a 2x in one day, instead of, you know, it being comic book collectors being happy that it's extra practical for them. So I think there's still a good period of time where we gotta wait for the audience to mature. And I think definitely like Ned and the Cats Fishing guys are a big part of that, like trying to innovate, trying to push it, and trying to make it a better place for them, like, you know, teaching them what is better for them, honestly.
A project that actually cares and then wants to onboard more. Same question for you down there, Philip.
Yeah, definitely, because when we started this project, we agree on one thing: we're not gonna have token in game. Game first, gamers first, no pay to win. You just need to play the game, be better at it if you want to be more successful. So while we were developing the whole like model, one interesting idea came to me, like to make these Soul Strike maps or arenas in game like a dynamic platforms where you can actually showcase your project. So just imagine if you have a chance to showcase your project which you are building for Colosseum Hackathon, for example, like we are doing right now. And it's like you have a chance to showcase it to, I don't know, hopefully thousands of players. Beside like this model where you actually need to buy something to actually be able to play the game, we decided to make it the other way around. You can showcase your thing while you're playing the game. And I think new models are very important when it comes to Web3 gaming, because we saw that current models does not work properly, and that's why Web3 gaming have this kind of bad reputation. And I was guest on several panels, and it's like you have traditional gaming guys that are just not interested in Web3, like, why? It's scammy, it's this and that, and it's like, maybe they're right. You know, we just need to reshape the model and to push the Web3 gaming further. And I think with the help from the help we got from Solana Gaming, for example, they reached to us when we had 50 followers. Like, it's very important to have support. And Solflare, I mean, I need to mention it several times, and Superteam Balkan, who gave us grant. It's like, these things are very important, so you can actually kickstart your idea and try to change something when it comes to Web3 gaming. So, yeah, no token for us at the moment.
That's really interesting, because it's true. It's like the Web 2 model doesn't work. The previous Web 3 models from when the games came out in the first cycle was hyped and it didn't work. So I think it does need to be reinvented. That's a great take, Filip. I want to go into the next topic, which is about on-chain being and choosing ecosystems. Now, Ned here has done an incredible job at inflowing a whole bunch of liquidity from Ethereum over to Solana, but gaming is supposed to be universal. You know, no matter where you are in the world, no matter what race, creed, religion you are, if it's a fun game, it's good, you know, you're going to play it. So what kind of advice would you give for builders building a game? Are they targeting one blockchain? Are they making it universal? Should they go multi-chain? Or what advice would you have for this?
Well, for us, it's been a bit of a learning with all the gaming, but I think that the more you get into the aspect of fun, I believe that anybody will come if something's fun. It was the same when Axie Infinity came out. I didn't know what Ronin Bridge was, but I was going to get on there because it seemed amazing. So I think that the more I go through these processes, I don't think so much about, you know, one chain or another. I think it's the same with crypto altogether. It's one idea. Everybody come from one place. It's not that this, I mean, of course we have our camps, but ultimately it's us, I think, kind of fighting against the old world. And these are the models. So I don't think it really matters which one you choose. I think that you can prioritize things like gasless transactions or things that can go much quicker so you can onboard people. So if I can onboard people from a Google sign, and let's say, that means you're onboarding a whole different type of audience into this game that removes this learning curve of when we were in Excel spreadsheets trying to buy shit, you know? So I think this is it's less important to me probably about the chain, and it's more important about enabling this user journey for players, and yeah, and also that have the capabilities to actually deliver on what you're saying, you know? So yeah, I think this is a better way.
I agree. That is really important, the experience, rather than gaming the game, you know? So I appreciate it. Same question for you.
Yeah, same thing as with like quality applications on chain. The user should not be aware that there is a chain if you want to make it good and frictionless and proper. You're just using the right tool for the job. You know, you need, as Ned said, low gas and fast transactions. You'll use probably something like Sol, Sui, or any of those today, or Abstract, which has like pretty impressive onboarding, wallet flow and stuff, which they did very, very well. But I think you should go to Solana rather than anywhere else. Just, again, I know I'm repeating myself because of the community. Like, everybody's here. Where else are you going to go? And other pieces of advice I would give, which kind of stand out for me personally, don't underestimate exploits. Those are like, I see a lot of game devs pulling up, very competent game devs, fully unaware of how Web3 works and like exploits and problems within Web3, who then get, you know, wrecked. Like Aurori had like, I think 200 employees at the time they got hacked and exploited, with a full-blown corporation, you know, let alone some two guys in a basement trying to build something. Also, definitely, we have things like, yeah, Stripe just acquired Privy like half an hour ago, but things like Privy are amazing for onboarding, you know, normie users. We don't want to be, you know, the same 100 chumps pushing liquidity around, chasing price action. We actually want a community that will play the game. And also, a thing that people constantly forget and underestimate, go mobile first and like just do mobile. That's where most people are. That's where everything is today. Like, I see games drop with only a desktop version, and I just find that like unfortunate. You just cut off like 50% of your potential for no, even more, for no reason.
That's a really great point. Yeah, mobile gaming is extremely important. Pass it over to Filip. Yeah, what's your take?
Yeah, we did everything opposite of Matthias said. We built browser game.
I was hesitant to switch it over to you after following up there.
No, but in our plans are definitely a mobile version of the game. But yeah, the thing is like, actually why Solana? We wanted to build a game for community. Because why people would play our game, you know, what stands us out from Web 2 games, like, and we decided to actually get along all these communities like Monkey DAO, like we integrated character that is Solflare Monkey edition, like from famous NFT. We integrated like Bonk character, Dog we've had, like all the biggest communities, like meme coins and NFT communities, and the game is actually built for them to play, to compete with their favorite NFT characters or I don't know, just meme coin characters. So if I'm in, I don't know, Monkey DAO community, I want to be like the best monkey out there and probably dominate over, I don't know, dogs or cats or foxes or whoever I want to play against. And in the future, we would definitely try to integrate that you can actually play with your, for example, own monkey that you are actually owning. It's a big job to do, and we cannot do that before we secure some funding, like bigger funding. But there is a lot of like options or layers we can develop our game towards community, which I think it should be like the most important thing when you building something. Of course, if you just want to grab some money and leave, then fine. But if you want to have real players, like real traction, you need to build for community, because community is going to use it, not some stream guys that are playing like Web 2 games, but actual Web 3 community. So I think that's like important aspect when it comes to building a Web 3 game.
Oh yeah, and we learned that yesterday with Maki, where is he not even here? That community is everything, but that was a really good take, because what SoulStrike's doing that's so unique is you're integrating these other communities, not only as like a marketing strategy, but it's also creating this unique experience for these communities that they can rally behind. You know, think of like, you know, the Bonk versus Solflare showdown, you know, our top players versus their top players and the communities cheering it on. I can only imagine the side bets that are gonna go on there. But moving on to the next question, and then we definitely wanna save some time for Q&A at the end, but I wanted to ask about, because we talked about the present, we talked about the past, let's talk about the future of Web3 building, because I'm still very optimistic, so I want to get each of your takes on the future of Web3 gaming and how your project is planning to make its impact. You have the mic first, Filip, so you're up first.
Yeah, I can do it. I mean, all of these things that we mentioned, like new models, like new way of thinking about Web3 games, and it's like involving more community, not just to buy your NFTs, but to actually play your game. There are really models that you can earn money like as a creator of the game, and not only selling NFTs. Like, don't get me wrong, I know you built 2 games, they're selling NFTs, but it's like, and they did great, don't get me wrong, but it's like, yeah, but it's like these new models needs to be explored, and I'm not saying SoulStrike gonna be successful. Of course, if I do not believe in my game, what I'm doing here, but it's like, I want to try, and I think the key is to keep it simple and to just explore new models and actually build something for community, not for your own ass.
Simple and fun and for the community. I'm excited for the future. Same for you, Matt. What's your take on the future?
Love the answer. Yeah, I'd say the maturing of the audience has to happen, as I've already said before. But one more thing that I see people doing all the time, and it's a thing that I think the SoulStrike guys figured out very well. You don't have to go build the next, Fortnite Star Atlas. You don't have to be one of those games that gets, a couple dozen million in VC funding and then gets unreleased for a decade. Like, you can go and build something that is relatively simple, and just rock with it. Like, it's hard to state how perfect SoulStrike is. For the community aspect, like for us who are real DJs who live on Twitter, on chain all day, and now you can just go with your friends and do a short game, have a lot of fun, probably while looking at the chart on the side and everything. Like, it's such a good fit for the current state of the community and of crypto, and you don't need to go build GTA 6 to actually make something happen.
I just want to add one thing when it comes to this like Web3 moment. Why we built browser game? Because you don't need to download it, and it's like Web3 people and community do not love to download the game or anything to, you know, because of all these exploits and stuff like hacks and all this shit. But the thing is like we wanted to like offer something where you actually just log in with your wallet, or we will try it in the future to make it even more seamless. Like we can open wallet for you and give you like test chips and stuff like that, you know, to make it even accessible for Web 2 people. So your market is bigger, right? But you don't need to have like these high PC specs, you know, everyone is expecting, and what Matthias says, like you don't need to be next League of Legends or Counter-Strike or whatever, just build something for community that's gonna use it. Like he mentioned like Axie Infinity, it's like pretty much simple game, but it's like, it's fun. And people earned tons of money. I know people who like build houses from it. So it's like, you know, you don't need to always go like big and have the best graphics and stuff like that, because, and like examples of these games that been doing that, it's not great. They spend a lot of years to develop and they are doing great job, but it's like, they end up competing with Web 2 games that exist for so many years, you know, and you have big disadvantage in the beginning, so yeah.
It's a really good take, and it seems like a lot of the simplicity adds to the experience and the fun, but it also seems that the best kind of games are like the easy entry level, but high skill cap, you know, where anyone can hop in the game, but you gotta put in some time to climb up in the game.
Yeah, and
Matt, you had another take?
Just one more thing, because he kind of inspired me with this. So the same thing, I really am personally an avid gamer. The same thing is happening in Web 2 gaming. Like right now, the most sold game on Steam has been Schedule 2. Or Schedule 1, whatever the name is, and it's a very like low poly game about, well, selling drugs, and it got like millions and millions of downloads. Now has a huge community done by one guy in a basement, while Assassin's Creed Shadows is going down the dumpster, you know. So this is the perfect time for crypto gaming and indie gaming as well.
It reminds me of that vibe coding blimp game that took off like a couple months ago or something. Right?
Yeah, there's plain vibe coded, like a lot of very, very simple stuff. People actually just want the connection. They just want to feel something. Like your 15th sequel of the same rehashed thing doesn't work anymore. Sorry.
Let's pass it over to you, Ned, for the future of Web3 gaming and the impact that Catfishing's making.
So originally we were also looking at it kind of as a platform for culture. So find something that is quite simple to build on with quite a simple loop, but has the possibilities like Soulstrike actually to be able to integrate culture, because a lot of the times what you see is that communities are very walled gardens and you can't get in, but if you can just facilitate a platform for the cultures and communities to come in and be open for it, I think this is one step definitely in the right direction. And then maybe I'm also trying to figure that maybe it's possible to open source this entire platform so people can actually come and by proving that they're interested or, you know, playing enough that they can help shape how the game goes. So I love this Minecraft model, which starts very simply from nothing, and just by participation and interest, you can grow such a community of people that are passionate about building in it. So I think, to me, that's the dream, right? Is like you can just fully give it over, and then the people start to own this for themselves and feel really happy, and buying and trading and taking over these marketplaces and things would be really cool. So that's what I think will be a nice future.
That's a beautiful vision, because they're ascending from playing the game to being part of the game, and I think that that's so amazing. I have one more question, and then we're going to open up for a Q&A. We have a lot of students here, developers, and people watching around the world. Make sure that you're liking and subscribing Superteam Balkan. So what advice or lessons would you offer for people that are pursuing development or gaming in Web3?
Shall I go first?
You got the mic, Ned.
Well, I can tell you should do it, because I'm not a game developer. I'm not really even a good developer. But I think that if you have an idea about something that's important to you, it's effective. And essentially, when you go also through this journey, especially for me, because I knew nothing about any of this, that you learn as you go, and slowly you become the thing. and then it will change the vision of how you will do things. Because at first you say, how does everybody else do this? We will do that thing. And then over time you find yourself in it, and it becomes like a work of art. Then it takes on something else where you will begin to make decisions because it becomes you. And then I think this is a way that it clears a good path. It's a hard one, but for me, that's been my journey that also helped guide me along the way. But I think people can do anything, so yeah.
That's some good advice. I mean, not everyone in the gaming is all developers. You have community managers, BD, marketing, so that applies for anyone that's part of the project. Let's kick it over to you, Matt. Advice or lessons that you have for our listeners?
Yeah, I'd say, don't follow the meta, try to be the new meta, and be friends with a good auditor.
And you're up, Philip. Same for you. Advice and lessons.
I would say go to Superteam Balkan and ask for a grant. That's a good start to kickstart your journey and to maybe hire more experienced people that can help you build stuff. This is what I did. I hired my cousin to build the game for me. I think he did a good job, the Balkan way, yeah. But yeah, I mean the Superteam Balkan and the local communities on Solana are very important, like not only for Web3 gaming, for general building community. And I spoke with Mattia, like if someone offered me a chance to win like $2,000 or maybe even $5,000, that was the prize for a local hackathon, as a student, I would take it any day. Because back in the days, if you have like $100 per month, you're a happy guy, you know? But it's like these chances, we didn't have these chances when we were students. So take this chance and just be there, like show that you're working, and you will be rewarded.
There's a lot of opportunity and knowledge at these events, especially at the Superteam Balkan community. We'd love to open up now for any questions. So if you do have one, go ahead and throw up your paw, and I'm going to come out there and pass you the mic. Who's our gamers out there? We got Mick up first.
Thank you, by the way, and great talk. Something that I noticed myself as well is that if you dare call yourself a developer, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're a good game developer. And that can either be a developer that goes into gaming, or like you guys mentioned, maybe a game developer that comes to Web3. And either my thought was maybe through more collaboration or more education, like how do you guys see that maybe Solana as an ecosystem can kind of like close that gap to also produce more quality games within the ecosystem?
Yeah, that's a good question. As I mentioned earlier, like Solana Gaming, like the official, let's say, gaming crew that is promoting Solana Gaming, reached us when we had 50 followers. I didn't know any of them, so big shout out to them. And it's like, this is like the community that, or people that are helping you to spread the word about your project, to help you connect with other builders. Maybe you have a nice idea, but you're not that skilled to build, or the other way around. So it's like, they're doing the great job. And we didn't have that support on other chains. And we tried Web3 gaming on other chains, and we ran through a like thick wall, you know, and I think Solana is a good choice. You have traction there, you have community, you have all this inspiration from other projects and communities, collections, meme coins, whatever, like to build on top of that. I don't think other chains have that in that amount. And as I mentioned, you have opportunity to kickstart your journey with, for example, Superteam Balkan, or even Solana Gaming can help you out. If not with the funding, it can connect you with, they connected us with Bonk, for example, and that's how partnership started. So yeah, that's my answer. Hopefully I give you a good one.
So the question was how to bridge the gap between Web 2 and Web 3. I had trouble hearing him, actually.
I think in general, why Solana is a good choice. And
why it is a good choice. Yeah, again, community. Honestly, you get good support. Everybody's looking for collaborations. If you go to one live event, you'll get haunted by 20 BDs and be able to secure a partnership which can push you forward. I think I won't speak for him too much, but Ned can speak on he came in as an outsider here, and he already has collaborations with the Metaplex team, with all these amazing organizations, because everybody here is just we're very friendly, community focused, and no one's gonna tell you you Ethereum, go away. We don't like people like you here. Everybody's gonna take you in and want you as part of their community, because people are very down to earth here, and I think again best advantage.
I can vouch for that. I know nobody in this community, and I came in and I wrote to Matthias, and then he did align me with a lot of really good folks. And I even, as an old person, I wrote people in DMs on Twitter that I didn't know, and the only people that actually wrote back were the Solana and Metaplex guys. They wrote me personally back, and I was like, shit, these guys. I went and I said, they wrote me back. As you never get a message back from anybody. So it was very surprising to be able to reach out to somebody and somebody genuinely take interest in you and ask, yes, let's have a meeting, or sure, I'd love to demo your game. And then you feel seen. So I've noticed that is a really powerful thing when you the first step of not knowing anybody or what you're doing, if it's right or wrong or anything. But I feel really confident and also thankful to have met a lot of these guys, because they've been really genuine and helped me a lot. So.
All right, we got time for one more question. Anyone want to take it? No, everyone said, oh, we got one more right over here.
Guys, what's the secret to making video games addictive as fuck?
Make them fun. That's for me. It's if your kids, I think it's when it's a simple loop, and the mechanic generally is just a good, solid mechanic loop to begin with. It's fun. To me, that seems to be a good enough hook.
So, there's an ethical question here, because. Especially, I think my guys can vouch for this. We know how to make your brain do the dopamine thingy, but there's a point where it becomes a slot machine. And personally, anybody I know who actually wants a proper product, nobody's trying to make the Egyptian freaking slot machine with the fruits and stuff. You want to make an in-depth game, something with a story, something that has a great product that drives community, that people make friends on. So there's a question of how far you want to go with it, but to be honest, a couple of sounds and some flashy animations are enough. On Heist, we released crate drops, which were you basically were loot boxes, kind of deal. And we had people in tickets begging us to make an admin lock so they can be locked from those, which we did promptly. But some people just can't control themselves, and we got to be careful for their sake.
I have not so much to add. You covered pretty much everything. Yeah. So it's once again, made it simple, made it fun. We used to build actually one game on the other chain. It was 2D game, and it's close to Bomberman if you're old enough to remember it. And it's in the heart of bear market, it was a good success, and I remembered we had $20K prize pool for first season, and it was it was way smaller chain and way less traffic on it, so it was it was just fun, and what kept attention of community, and yeah, just made it simple, made it fun.
And that's it for the questions. We don't have it up top, but I'd love to really quick just pass it down so that you can tell all of our listeners, both live and watching around the world, the best ways that they can connect and start getting involved in each of your games and projects.
Yeah, I mean, for DeFi Dungeons, go buy an NFT. The full game is getting revamped right now for tokenomics. And yeah, you can even just join the Discord and chill with the other DGens. Everyone's real friendly, and they'll help you out and point you in the right direction.
Discord and DeFi Dungeon NFT. What about you, Ned? How can they connect with
Cats Fishing? I don't have any idea. Maybe we have a Twitter. I think we have a Twitter account. Maybe something like this. Cats Fishing on X. I think that's, yeah. It's still there, yeah, I think.
Yeah, pretty much SoulStrike Twitter and our Discord. There is over 1.5k people there. So join, say hi. We are live on DevNet. I forgot to mention that, maybe the most important thing. So it's like you can try our game at test.soulstrike.xyz. And yeah, we're gonna have a LAN party tomorrow, I believe. So we can all try it out and have fun. Yeah.
I'm so glad that you hit them with that, because this is the bad news that I have for you, the Fox. Today was the last fireside chat for day 3. But the good news is that we have 7 more days of Startup Village at Superteam Balkan. Tomorrow is going to be jam-packed full of white papers, coding, target markets, and so much more. But I want everyone to give it up to our amazing gaming panelists today. That's your guys' job to clap now, yes. We appreciate everyone. Make sure that you're connecting with all of our guests, and they'll be here if you have some more questions afterwards. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see everyone back here tomorrow for day 4.
Thank you.
To mislead, this is all you need. Be your everything, yeah, I'll be your everything. Still too soon to feel, please just say it's real. More than just a thrill, not just in it for the thrill. I'm in it for the life.